Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcasting network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Hounds.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave can tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the world's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across temple, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dance red. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hands. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across temple, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. We'll never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network, where we play St. Petersburg by Night, a massive multiplayer 5th edition World of Darkness chronicle set in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I am the lead storyteller of St. Pete by Night. And it's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle set in the city of Tampa, right across the bay from St. Petersburg, Florida, where a young pack of Garou have migrated from Michigan as reinforcements to the Sept of the Evening Star, and they have started to find their footing within the city of Tampa after some rigorous training under the ever-watchful gaze of Charles Albrecht, and after a rather strenuous test, this pack has started to find some growth as a team and as individuals as they have started to shake off some of their more independent and selfish and, well, negative ways, and have started to turn over new leaves as individuals. But will that growth last? Because it's hard for an old dog to learn new tricks, and while these are young pups, they have been set in their ways for most of their human lives. And though a change, like one becoming a new Garou, might be an opportunity for change, do they have what it takes? Juniper, however, may not be capable of change, as she decided to go out on her own to investigate one of the sites of High Quality Builders, a place that is now being dubbed Stepford Hell, after the pack of the Evening Star investigated to find that these strange and mysterious plants that have been sourced out of Piney Point seem to have set in and infected the residents of Old Seminole Heights, and have now started to cause strange effects on the residents there. When Juniper went to investigate, she may have gotten in a little bit over her head, and she was assaulted by the residents there who started to gang up on her. And when things started to look very, very bad for the young guru, and it seemed like she was not going to escape the fight, her mentor, stakes her claim, came in for the rescue. But it seemed like neither of them was about to escape the fight, and as Juniper fell unconscious, it really seemed like the end. However, she woke up some unknown time later in the woods, her and Stakes very, very badly wounded, but having survived the altercation. Now the question remains, will she address the rest of the pack and admit her fault, or will she keep it a secret? That and more will be discovered later tonight. If you enjoy what you're hearing and you've enjoyed what you've seen so far, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see down below and in the description, or come join our amazing community by following that Discord link where you could be one of the 200 plus members we have in our amazing community and take place in the many, many activities we have throughout the month. Come join us. We'd love to have you. But in order for this story to be told, it would take some pretty amazing players to do it, so let's introduce those players now. Players, introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay. I'll be playing Deadbeat, the Bonar Haroon, soon to be on Jerry Spring.
Hi there, everyone. I am Nikki, also, and I will be playing Delphine, Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge, soon to be on the canceled show Intervention.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ben. I will be playing Raymond Gorn, Ghost Council Philodox, not to be seen on any show.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caity, and I am playing Aurora Rory Woods, the Bonar Galliard. Hopefully not on any TV anytime soon. Maybe might be seen in the news, who knows.
Hello everyone, I'm Lilith and I'll be playing Juniper Camine, the Ragbash Black Fairy, who will also just not be on any show because Juniper has done nothing wrong. Never. Ever.
So a very television-themed introduction from the Hellhounds today. Although I have a feeling everyone on this show is going to be seen on either America's Funniest Home Videos or America's Most Wanted, depending on how this show proceeds going forward. We'll see. So, as previously mentioned, it appears that the pack has started to experience growth, especially ever since the test on the ship out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. And yes, we are going to call it the Gulf of Mexico, heretofore in perpetuity, no matter what anyone says. It was a bonding exercise and a wake-up call for the pack to see what the true threats were in the world. But those aren't the only threats in the world. As we said, Juniper found out firsthand that there are more threats in the world than just leeches. The threats from Piney Point, the threats from these mysterious plants that have been literally sprouting up from the ground all over the Tampa region. The threats that this pack haven't quite been exposed to yet because their training hasn't dictated that they're supposed to be exposed to them yet. But maybe training has been expedited. But we'll get to that shortly. Our story begins shortly after Juniper arrives home after recovering from her injuries after that incident in Old Seminole Heights, after having spent almost 24 hours in the woods recovering with stakes her claim, regenerating from the bruises and bumps and wounds sustained at that altercation in Stepford Hell. Juniper, as I said, you spent a majority of the last day in the woods with stakes, recovering. While the wounds were primarily just bumps and bruises, there was definitely some internal injuries that took a bit more time to recover than more of the surface injuries. But with the supernatural healing that comes with being a guru, eventually everything did mend, and you found yourself fully healed. But physical injuries aren't the only ones that come with a conflict like the one that you encountered. The anxiety, the stress, the pain of seeing your mentor, your friend, your second mother, wounded and injured because of your actions. That might take a little bit more time to heal. So as you return home, sitting in the living room of your domicile in Tampa, you keep replaying the events over and over and over in your head. Those creepy children, that woman, if you could call her that, with the strange growths breaking out of the shed, lumbering towards you. All of those people beating on you, relentlessly and without care. What was that? It was so painful. Maybe you would have died if it wasn't for her. Maybe you both would have died. You don't even know how you got out of there. The more and more you think of it, the less and less you want to. You need something to make it stop. Anything. What do you want to do?
I think about my options. I know that pills aren't going to help me. Pharmaceuticals are just my poison for your body. And alcohol just makes things worse. Everyone knows what shit like meth and heroin does. I don't ever want to see a mushroom again. What I do know is that there is a plant out there that can mellow things out just for a little while. And I need to remember that what I saw is not what all plants are. That's not normal, and that I can still trust in Gaia, and I can still trust in the environment. So The only person that I can really go to see if they have any contacts for it is Rory. I would like to ask Rory if she has any hookups for cannabis.
Okay, so after debating for a little while, you stand up off the couch and head towards the bedroom where you know Rory spends most of her time when she's at home. If she's not out busking, she's usually in the bedroom, strumming away on one of her instruments or napping or just hanging out generally. She tends to avoid Deadbeat or most of the others, spending a lot of time by herself. So you head to the bedroom and knock on the door, which is slightly ajar, where Rory is inside, laid out on her back, just hanging out, looking up at the ceiling, listening to some music on her earbuds, just blissing out a little bit, kind of trying to maybe block out some of her own memories of the boat and her experience with the tree and a lot of her own trauma that she's experienced within the past couple of weeks since her arrival in Tampa. Rory, what's going through your mind before you hear the knock interrupt your thoughts?
Currently, she's just kind of letting the music try and, like, take her to wherever at this point. She's still kind of shaken up about the boat now that it's been a few days. The adrenaline has worn off, like, all the things that have happened since then, just kind of trying to process them and not break down and go into an episode. She's still mulling over the conversations with Deadbeat and Ray, neither of them going the way she thought, but also very interesting information to know about both of them. And it's just kind of mulling that all over.
So with the knock on the door and the door opening, it draws your attention away from your thoughts to see Juniper standing in the doorway.
Hey, Rory. Am I interrupting?
She'll pull out an earbud. No, I'm just vibing right now.
Oh, all right. And I walk in and sit on one of the beds across from her. How have you been doing? We haven't really had a chance to talk.
I've been processing. I guess is the best way I can put that.
Everything okay? What have you been processing?
The mission. Things I've learned. Well, not mission test, but I guess a mission. Trial one. How are you holding it? And Rory will actually, like, go from laying on the bed to actually sitting up and, like, kind of observing Juniper.
I look pretty solemn, like troubled, almost. It definitely looks like there's a lot on my mind as well. And I kind of shuffle my feet back and forth. I've actually, I've been processing through everything as well. That fight on the boat was pretty intense, and just some other stuff. It's, it is feeling really overwhelming, actually.
She'll shift a little bit, hearing that Juniper said she's feeling a little overwhelmed. Yeah, It's all a lot. And definitely different from up north. Definitely feeling like we had it a lot easier up there as much as things panned out.
I nod my head in agreement. Yeah, I miss home a lot, actually. Today is one of those days where I wish we could all kind of go back. I actually have a bit of a favor to ask.
A favor.
Yeah. When I said that I'm really overwhelmed by everything, I kind of just feel like I'm drowning a little bit, and I can't like process through everything that's happened recently, and I don't want to turn to like hard drugs or alcohol to like numb anything away, but I do need some help being able to organize it all in my brain, if that makes sense. And I was wondering if you knew or had a good hookup for some plant medicine, some cannabis, something like that.
She'll look a little abused when you say plant medicine. You want to know if I know a dealer.
Yeah.
I have met one out while busking and trying to earn some extra cash. Little bit of a weirdo if you ask me, but to be fair, who in that business really isn't a weirdo in some case?
I mean, yeah, they can be a little strange, but
No, like this one was strange for even for Florida. Was walking around wearing a wizard hat.
a wizard hat?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Just in the middle of the streets, just walking around, looking like he was going to one of those nerd conventions or something.
Does he think he's an actual wizard?
I have no clue.
Okay. Well, I was just looking for some aid in my own personal problems, not to become a wizard. So I don't know. I don't know about this guy. Can you vouch for him?
She'll kind of like think on it for a minute. Yeah, it seems like he has an alright supply.
Okay. Do you think he would mind if I asked some questions about what he has, or
He was really eager to do business, so I'm sure if you ask about his product, he'll have answers.
Oh, all right. Um, let
Do you
have,
want
like,
me to go with you? Do you want me to help you with it? Walk you through the process?
I mean, I wouldn't mind the company. I don't want to just go up to this person I've never met and, you know.
Fair enough. And she'll stand up and she'll go look for her work boots, debate on putting on the hoodie, and then realizing, right, we're still in Florida. I hate this. I just want to wear a hoodie and baggy clothes all day. You want me to drive, or?
Yeah, it's probably for the best. I'm a bit too on edge to drive well.
All right. And she'll grab her keys. Let's head on out. I don't know if he'll be in that same spot today, but we can go look for him. Again, not hard to miss with a wizard hat and all that.
Yeah. A little bit of a different hunt than our last time around.
Heading out, getting into Rory's car, taking the drive downtown. It's a quiet ride. Juniper, your thoughts are racing all over the place, bouncing between the incidents back at Stepford Hell and the apprehension about the upcoming meeting with a wizard and what you're about to do. But the risk might be worth the reward, because if it'll numb this anxiety, this feeling, if it could actually make this go away, how bad could it be? Strange people are the least of your worries right now. What you witnessed the other night, that was strange. That was terrifying. Some weirdo in a wizard hat, that's nothing. The Tampa Riverwalk is a bustling hotspot of activity. It's a tourist destination in downtown Tampa. There's art, there's entertainment, there's dining, sights to see, things to do, and scores to be had. The last time you were down here, Rory, well, you've been down here several times. You've busked, you've encountered spirits, you've received candles. It's been kind of a place of many, many of your events since you've arrived in Tampa. One might say it's a place of importance for you. And here you are again, looking for Spud, looking for the wizard. So as you arrive and you search for parking, which is not easy to find near the Riverwalk, but eventually you do find it. Both you and Juniper hop out of the car as evening sets in and the lights along the Riverwalk ignite. I'd like you, specifically Rory, since you know what you're looking for, to roll me a wits and investigation. Now, I don't know if Juniper has any dots in investigation to assist. No, so you're on your own on this one.
Alright, that is a very small pool. But I got 2 successes.
Okay. Walking along the Riverwalk, keeping an eye out for that pointed hat. You don't find Spud. As you're looking about, there doesn't seem to be any sign of the wizard. You head over to the location that you last encountered him with Delphine. And as you're looking over the area, that's when you notice a strange marking on the wall, a little bit of graffiti in the alleyway. A strange sketch of a little wizard on the wall. And on the cap of the wizard, a phone number along the edge of the cap. The head of the wizard, unlike the rest of the body, which is a human, is a potato.
Rory's gonna roll her eyes, pull out her phone, and message the number. Hey, I'm at the Riverwalk. Would like to make a transaction.
You wait a few minutes for a response. Doing business out of town at the moment. Are you available to travel?
Rory will look to Juniper. You want to go on a bit of a road trip?
Fine by me.
And then Rory will send me the address.
It takes a few minutes for a response to come in. What you receive isn't an address per se, but a series of numbers with decimal points. 2 sets of numbers. Now you could roll me an intelligence and academics to try and determine what these are.
Yeah, why not? Let's have some fun.
Can I give an assist?
Sure.
I do have academics.
2.
Okay, did you add the additional dice from?
Yep.
Okay.
The 2 was from after the additional.
It looks like it's coordinates.
Rory's gonna just like mutter under her breath, this fucking potato motherfucker, and put the coordinates into Google Maps and see where it takes her.
The coordinates ping at a campground over an hour outside of Tampa. North, about halfway to Ocala.
Well, it's about an hour from here.
That's like 20 minutes in Michigan time.
Oh, I was about
I
to say,
thought it was going to be a lot longer than that.
It's that fair. I've been on longer road trips. I'm ready to head out. Let's go.
All right.
And Rory will also let Juniper choose the music if she wishes.
I just kind of shrug and say, I don't know. I don't really listen to much. You can put it on. I don't mind country music. It's fine.
Heading back to the car, climbing in. It seems like this night has taken a turn towards adventure more than you'd expected. What was supposed to be just a quick trip into town is now turning into a road trip of sorts. So, with the choice of music at your fingertips, what's the soundtrack for this evening, Rory?
It's gonna be like a really weird mix. It's gonna be like there's country songs, there's gonna be a few rap songs, a little bit of like classic rock, but mainly sticking to like country and like bluegrass.
Okay. So as you climb into the car, the dulcet tones and twangs of country and bluegrass ringing through the speakers, you jump onto the highway, taking I-275 north to connect to I-75 as you head out of the city, north, towards the campsite where Spud awaits. About an hour later, you exit the highway, pulling down some long side roads until you pull into an RV park. Now, it's sparsely populated as most of the snowbirds have left for the season. Only a few residents of the RV park remain. Following the coordinates as precisely as possible, you pull towards a corner of the RV park where a banged up old RV is parked. There is a fire pit where a fire is blazing within the fire pit, and a couple of camp tables surround the fire pit. What stands out most about this RV is the jalapeno pepper Christmas lights that hang around a canopy that is erected outside of the RV. Also, the strange animal mud prints that decorate the side of the off-white siding of the RV. Looks like maybe squirrel or raccoon mud prints all over the siding of the RV, as if animals have been just running roughshod along the siding. As described, a wizard sits on one of the camping tables. Big, pointy, crocheted hat dangled off to one side. He's not wearing the poncho that he was wearing before. Instead, he's wearing a tank top and cargo shorts and big combat boots. He's sitting on top of the table, his feet poised on the bench itself as your car pulls up. He's got his sunglasses on, the same round sunglass affair, even though it's gotten into late in the evening at this point and it's dark. But he seems like the I wear sunglasses at night type to go with the strange overall attire. But as you pull the car to a stop near the RV, he stands and hops off of the bench of the table and waits for your approach.
Rory will turn off the car, turn to Juniper. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, I guess. You weren't kidding. It does look like a wizard.
He's not wearing the poncho today, though. A little odd. And she'll pop out of the car.
I just take like a deep breath before attempting to not psych myself out that this is a bad idea, and I get out of the car after her.
One of the other strange features about the man is his extremely pale skin. Despite the fact that he lives in Florida, it seems like he is normally covered head to toe so that he is not suntanned at all. So he must be a night type, spending most of his days indoors, probably the drug dealer type, out partying all night and sleeping all day. But as you approach, he flashes a winning smile. Here to do some business, huh? What can I get you?
You got any, It's just the three of us, correct?
As far as you can tell, yeah. There doesn't appear to be anyone else present. Though the door to the RV is closed.
You got anything, natural?
I've got all kinds of natural things. Depends on what you're looking for. You can speak plainly, by the way. The neighbors don't seem to mind, and they're all, fans of what I do.
You never know nowadays.
Never do.
We're looking for some marijuana.
Oh, Mary Jane, Ruby Tuesday. Granddaddy. Yeah, I got you. What do you need? Purple, green, blue, red.
We were just hoping for something that'll help take the edge of anxiety off, but
Oh, you want
you
a
mentally
good
going.
Okay. So you want a good indica. Okay. I got you.
I was kind of hoping for more of a hybrid.
Oh,
a little bit
okay.
of sativa.
You know the lingo. You know the lingo. Okay, so we're dealing with someone experienced here. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, all right. Well, I think I've got something that'll do you. So you're dealing with anxiety. So tell me, what's the source of this anxiety? That'll help me kind of narrow it down because I do grow my own supply, but I do a lot of cross-pollinating, if you will. And so I want to make sure that I'm picking something that will tickle your fancy and not send you screaming for the hills.
At hearing the cross-pollination part, my face kind of blanches a little bit, and I attempt to remain blank-faced, but it just definitely just kind of gets a little squeamish before I recover. Right. Well, I guess just a lot of stressful events happening one right after another. That's hard to compartmentalize.
He studies Juniper's face for a moment. Right. I get it. Stressful times. If you've been reading the news at all or paying attention to social media, you can't, sit for 60 seconds without breaking news. They're busting balls. So, it's almost like we're all on edge these days. Okay. Well, yeah. I think I can help you out. Got something that'll get you a little long in the face. That'll help you mellow out a bit. Sure. What about you? Short stuff? This is the second time you're coming to visit me. I never forget a face.
I'm sure you don't. Just like I never forget a name.
It's a hard name to forget.
It's a peculiar one. I'll have similar to her and maybe something to assist with pain relief. Working out a little too much and did something wrong and might have pulled something and she'll roll her shoulder.
Oh boy. Well, you gotta be careful about that. Sure thing, no problem. How much are we looking for? Are we dealing in bulk or small quantities? You came all this way. I don't assume that you're looking for just the night.
This isn't something I'll be using often, so I was thinking maybe just a gram or two to have for long term.
I'll take bulk. If you're gonna be traveling and not at your last spot.
I have started to move around a little bit more, but, for a good customer, I can always be found when I need to be found. And he looks over at Juniper with a smile. You might be surprised. What seems short term always finds their way back. But yeah, no problem. I got you. And
I just kind of furrow my eyebrows for a second at him. It's just a vaguely threatening statement there. That was kind of creepy. I'm just thinking internally.
He turns and makes his way over towards the RV and actually heads over towards one of the windows. And as he approaches the window, he starts making a chittering sound.
What?
I don't know. I warned you he was a little eccentric. I thought the wizard hat would have been enough of a cue.
Is he like calling to something?
Probably his, and she'll roll her eyes, lab assistant from last time I saw him.
Lo and behold, a moment later, the RV window slides open and a couple of dark paws pop out, one passing a little baggie, which he reaches up and grabs, and then a moment later holding out a small bushel, like a small wrapped cellophane package, which he reaches up and grabs. He then tucks both under his arm and reaches up and into the RV, giving some scritches before closing the RV window and turning back and walking back over.
Do I recognize the animal paws?
Give me a... Sure, give me an intelligence and science. Actually, you know what? You're from Michigan. I'm not even going to make you roll. It's raccoon paws for sure.
Thank you. As he shuts the door, I just kind of exclaim out, like, was that a raccoon?
Yeah.
Your lab assistant is a raccoon.
Yeah.
That is so adorable. That is so adorable.
Oh, thanks.
It's a lot less jarring the second time seeing it.
It's the special touches that make me, unique. Anyway, return customer. I think that deserves a discount for you. And first-time customer, I think that also deserves a discount. So I think we can say $200 for both of you.
How much is that bushel? How many?
Well, she wanted bulk.
Sorry, I was asking the ST. Like, how much did that bulk? Like, how many?
I would say she got. God, I don't know. I'm very bad at
like
this.
An ounce?
Yeah, I would say she got about an ounce. Yeah.
And Juniper's portion is like 2 grams.
2 grams, yeah.
I'm gonna leave this up to Rory if she wants to roll to see if that's like a good price or not.
Yeah, I'll roll to see if it's a good price.
Okay. So roll me a intelligence and streetwise.
I got 3.
That's an insanely good price. Like, absurdly good. Especially for a place where this is illegal currently.
Yeah, Rory will pull out the 200 cash. Don't have a tip tonight. Didn't really go out to the streets and perform, but...
Just think of me the next time you need something.
Sure. And she'll hand over the 200 cash.
Besides, you brought a new friend. And I'm sure, based off of the feeling I got. This won't be the last time they're feeling anxious.
Yeah, speaking of feeling anxious, I do just have a couple of questions. You said that you grow this yourself, right?
Yep. I'm a bit of a green thumb.
I see. Do you use any, like, special concoctions? Any, like, fertilizer, chemicals?
Yeah,
anything
it's a
like
family
that?
recipe.
A family recipe. Okay. Is it anything, like, concerning, or is it made out of, like, all natural, like, herbal pesticides?
Oh,
Or is it
if
more,
you're
like,
worried about
chemical?
it being, like, environmentally friendly, I assure you it is all natural. Coffee grounds, that kind of stuff. What does a body
Okay.
good?
All right. I just can't be too careful about things nowadays, you know?
Trust me, there's nothing to worry about.
All right. Well, just be mindful about where you get your dirt.
Yeah,
There's
I've heard
stuff going around.
I've heard that the ground around here is getting a little spicy.
You've heard about it?
Let's just say we run in similar circles.
Can I do an insight check on this
Sure.
guy?
Can I also do an insight check on this guy?
Sure.
What is my rage at?
2, for sure.
Rory got another 3.
Five successes with a crit.
He is incredibly suspicious. He knows way more than he is letting on, and he is very, very, very suspicious.
I look over to Rory and give the girl code body language of, I don't know about this dude. This seems pretty sus. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm
I
talking
know
about,
exactly what
Rory.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's giving like the same energy back, and it's just like, well, thank you for your time.
I mean what I say. You have nothing to worry about. This will ease what pains you for now. But when you're hurting again, feel free to come back.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. And, yeah. Just be, mindful of the dirt.
Oh, I'm looking into it. And he passes over both parcels and holds out his hand for the cash.
Rory will hand over the cash.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye.
And he wads up the cash and sticks it into his boot before he turns back to the RV.
Just get in the car. I just get in the car.
Yeah, Rory's
Not say a
heading back
word.
to the car after that exchange.
As you climb into the car and drive out of the RV park, you have a moment, just the two of you, and the scene is yours.
Rory,
If
I
you
do
want-
not think that we should smoke this. I'll give you the $200, but I do not think that we should smoke this.
you
I don't know
don't
about you,
need-
but that man is not safe.
He It's the only one I know in the area at the moment, and based on results I've seen already, if you don't want to go through with smoking it, you don't have to, but you'll be fine.
I don't know. What if he put something in this that's addictive? He said that we would be coming back, that he knows it. Like, that's suspicious as fuck,
That's how
dude.
that's how
Yeah, but
most drug dealers are.
okay, but like weed isn't addictive. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a medicine that you don't have to like take all the time. It's.
Do you want me to try it when we get back and see how I feel after a few days?
I don't know. I almost don't want you to risk it either. I don't know. There's something really, really bad about that guy and the way that he was responding to my comments about the dirt and like already knowing about being careful and like saying that he was looking into stuff with what. There's some crazy shit going on right now, Rory, and I just don't trust it. You said that you met up with him before. Have you smoked his stuff before? Have you gotten something else? Like,
I have purchased from him before, but the last thing I purchased from him I did not partake in.
well, do you know if whoever you bought for is okay? Like,
I think they're doing just fine. At least as fine as they can be. Everyone's going through shit.
okay. I don't know. That was spooky. There's something off about him. I don't know.
If you don't want to smoke it, you don't have to. I ain't gonna pressure you to do nothing. We'll just chalk it up as a learning thing, and we'll keep them on our radar.
Yeah. Can I inspect my package?
Yeah. Give me Well, I'll give you two choices: wits and science, or wits and investigation.
Can we do wits and science and
Yeah.
use my specialty in ecology?
Yeah.
I unfortunately can't give you a assistant die, but Rory will let you inspect her package as well if you would like to make you feel more at ease.
Yeah, I'll inspect both of them for sure. I got a brutal outcome and 2 successes.
Okay. So give me your verbs and adverbs again. I should have these memorized based off of how many brutal outcomes you've had, but yeah, I'm still.
I know. Cleverly, provocatively, or subtly is my auspice, and my tribe is avenge, dismantle, and demolish.
So I would say those do not apply in this particular, because you are not trying to avenge, dismantle. Well, you know what? I could say you could dismantle.
Yeah, I was just about to argue for it.
Okay, you are
I was
cleverly
about to back you up on that.
dismantling.
Cleverly dismantling.
As you pull apart the packages and try to break apart the buds to inspect them, these are some very healthy greens. Extremely healthy. Well grown. There are very thick fibers growing out of them. This is potent bud. But there doesn't seem to be anything off-putting about it. There is no odd chemical or sulfuric smell. There's nothing obviously wrong with this at all. It just seems like very healthy product.
It's not giving me any of the sense of like weirdness that I saw at the.
No. This looks like something you could buy at a dispensary in Michigan, maybe even better. Which, for Florida, is saying something.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I finished inspecting it on both packages and just kind of sigh. Well, from what little I know about cannabis, like this, it seems fine. It doesn't have any weird smells to it or anything. I don't know. Are you sure that that person that you bought, whatever, what did you buy before? Did you buy cannabis or was it something else?
It was something else.
Ugh. I don't know. I mean, the stuff seems okay, but I would just be careful with it. I don't know if I'm gonna use what I got, but I don't know. Maybe you can try it and we'll see how you feel after a few days. And if things go south, well, I'll help you with whatever happens, but
I appreciate that. Did something happen between today and the boat? You're a little bit more jumpy than normal.
I look out the window and kind of clench my fingernails into my pants. I'll be okay. I'm just having flashbacks. And it's just been really hard. You know, this was the last resort moment for me. And I'll be fine. I just need to deal with my shit.
All right.
The rest of the drive home is quiet. When you do get home, Rory, do you sample?
Hell yeah, I do.
It is an incredible high. When you do sleep, the sleep is dreamless. It is relaxing. And when you wake up, there's no hangover. It is smooth. You don't feel any kind of addiction. It is fine. It's just a really good product. It's a great product. Maybe the best you've ever had. But there's nothing unusual. This is just masterfully crafted. You can see why people would be return customers. He's just really good at what he does. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Maybe Juniper's just being paranoid. But yeah, maybe he's a little odd when he talks about what's going on around town. But to be fair, there's a lot of strange shit happening in this town. It wouldn't take much for people to take notice. And he's a strange guy. Speaking of strange, let's transition to our next scene, which happens literally minutes after Juniper and Rory leave the campsite. Delphine, you have spent the last several hours blissfully hanging out in Spud's RV, smoking, drifting, relaxing. All this facing reality, all of these harsh truths, all of these confrontations, all of this tests and training. It's been a lot to take in. Tampa has been a lot to take in. An escape is long overdue. And you have had a very accommodating host tonight. So accommodating, in fact, that in your high, you didn't even take much mind when he got a text message and said he had some other business to take care of and stepped out of the trailer for a short while. When he returned after about 15 or so minutes, coming back in after the raccoon scrambled to the window, grabbing a few things out of the drawer, passing them out of the window. Roll me a wits and awareness, however, do so at a -2 because you have been off your gourd, to see if you recognize the two female voices from outside of the trailer.
Okay. 2 successes.
Juniper and Rory came to visit. But that doesn't matter. Maybe it was a trick of your mind, but who cares about any of that right now? As Spud steps back in, he says, "Sorry about that. What were we talking about?" As he heads back over to his lab station and continues to pull mounds of dirt out of the fertilizer bag and put them underneath his microscope.
She's staring at the raccoon in minor fascination, just having watched him do that. And I don't remember what we were talking about, but how did you teach him how to do that?
Oh, he's my special little guy. And his mom is particularly good at training.
What's his name?
We're not that good of friends yet.
Fine.
Hey, we're getting there. I'm letting you
Hey,
hang out here after all, aren't we? You gotta tell me a little bit more about you, and then I'll tell you a little bit more about me. I think you were telling me about your parents.
Yeah, they were basically the poster child for they could have been the poster children for the Republican Party at some point.
Ugh.
I know. Blonde, light eye color, always going, like, working for some corporate fucks and caring more about going out and doing that than actually paying attention to the child they left at home with the nanny. You know. Just upper middle class American bullshit.
It must have been difficult.
Yeah, you get used to being alone at home pretty quick. Think they wouldn't come home some nights until like 9 p.m.
Is that why you ran away?
Yeah. Partially.
I get it. I grew up in Jacksonville, and, well, my parents weren't around a lot either. Hell, I didn't even know my dad growing up. Single mom, she was working all the time. Kind of had to raise myself.
Yeah, I get that. They yeah, my mom was like a litigator. My dad, he was like heading the office. They were gonna move him somewhere. He was supposed to head up that office. So when I got the news that they were moving, I was ready to move. I was hoping that they would take me with them, but I was about to start my last year of high school, and they thought it would be better for me to just stay. And then mom could come down during during like long weekends, and that he could come back during the holidays. And then once I was at college, I could just go wherever I wanted.
Where did you want to go?
Literally anywhere. Literally anywhere. I spent my entire life in the same town, and yeah, we went on vacation. Like, don't get me wrong. But we went to places like Hawaii, and we went skiing in Switzerland once, and we went to frickin' Aruba and Jamaica and places like that. We went on cruises, but they weren't like actual places I wanted to go.
So you went to all the fancy, upper crusty tourist places.
Yeah.
Where did you want to go?
Don't get me wrong, some of the tourist places could have been good, but we didn't go to any of the interesting ones. We didn't go to places like Athens, or we didn't go to places like Taiwan or Bangkok or Tokyo or Stonehenge. Like, there's so many more interesting places to go to just like experience actual culture instead of just doing the same white bread, whitewashed rich people vacation.
You said Bangkok.
You want to live in Taiwan? It's all the rage now.
Now you're in Tampa.
Ironically, I hate Florida.
Why do you stay? I mean, I'm glad you're here. It's good to, reconnect with people, but
maybe I just remembered that you said you were going to travel down here, back in New Orleans.
so you came here for me? I'm flattered.
I came here for your product. And also because a job brought me here.
What job?
It's a student internship sort of deal. Environmental stuff.
Oh, like a work study.
Yeah, I don't actually get paid for it.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Don't you know? Unpaid interns keep corporations running.
You like the other interns?
I mean, one of them called me a tweaker.
Yeah, they should talk.
Thought I almost heard one of them out there, but I don't fucking know. Got a co-ed situation too, so like I got a couple of guys that I room with, a couple other girls.
Ooh.
Oh god, no.
No?
No.
Nobody catching your eye?
No, one of them's got real dude bro frat boy energy, and that's not attractive in any capacity. And the other one, I don't know, he's just too much of a goody two-shoes.
Oh, see, those are the fun ones, though. Because, see, the goody two-shoes ones, they're the ones that, like, they've got something dark about them deep down. You just gotta dig and find it.
I mean, he was in the army, so he probably definitely
he's got
has
secrets.
He's probably killed someone.
Definitely.
Yeah. I don't know. They're just people I know. I wouldn't really consider them friends.
What about us? Are we friends?
I like to think we're friends. I mean, I like you. You're a cool guy.
Aw. I like you too. It's not just anybody that I let hang out in my place. I know we started off interestingly, but I've come to think fondly of you. His name's
I'm sorry,
Pippin,
again.
by the way.
She looks at the raccoon. Does he do pets? Or does he bite?
Yeah. Oh, grab those Cheetos over there. He loves that.
She'll reach over for the probably already open bag of Cheetos and grab a couple. Are they supposed to have this?
Do you see his fat ass?
We used to
Supposed
have
to,
that
I don't
raccoon.
think comes in the equation.
She holds out a couple of Cheetos in her palm for him.
Roll me a charisma and animal ken.
Oh, God. Okay. One success on the one die I could roll.
The raccoon waddles over warily and reaches out for the Cheeto, gingerly grabbing it from your fingers, and then yanks it free and goes scurrying backwards as fast as it can, but it's not very fast at all, before it starts munching underneath Spud's legs.
We used to have a raccoon problem in in our trash back home. My dad ended up fucking poisoning all of the trash.
Well, that's just cruel.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Yeah, you were saying something happened to them.
Yeah, I found out on the drive down that they died.
Sorry to hear that.
She just shrugs. I mean, I hadn't seen them in a long while. The last time I saw them was a little after New Orleans. He canceled the card that I was using that he didn't realize that I stole one of his credit cards before when I ran away, but like I guess he was letting me use it up to a certain spending limit. And then I had to head back home because he said he wasn't going to pay for me partying and wasting my life in New Orleans. So, saw him and my mom briefly. They were going to check me into rehab.
Doesn't mean it hurts any less. I fell out of touch with my mom for a long time. And after many, many years, reconnected with her briefly. It seemed like we were getting along again, like we were gonna get back on the right page, and then she died too. Suddenly. And well, you don't get to choose your parents. and it still sucks. So it's okay to feel bad about it. It's okay for it to still suck, even if you didn't like them. I get it. But it's also okay to feel happy about it, too. It's confusing.
That's the
it's
thing.
complicated.
That's the thing. I don't know how to feel about it. Last thing I remember my mom saying, she and my dad were arguing after we got back home, and they thought I had just gone to bed, but I could hear them arguing about me. And she was crying about how I was killing myself. And then I had to recently hear that from one of the professors that's been teaching us.
Oh, if there's one thing I know, it's going to take a lot more than this to kill you. But
Yeah. I don't want to give it up either. It's the
How
only
did
thing
it-
that makes me feel anything.
yeah, nothing, right? The things you don't want to feel.
I get energy when I have it. Feel a little bit more pep in my step. I feel more focused. But without it, I don't feel anything except depression and wanting to sit and do nothing.
If you don't mind me asking, how did they die?
The news article said that the gas line caught fire or something and the house blew up.
So I've lived in this area a while, and we've had a lot of gas line explosions. And take it from me, your parents were probably murdered.
She shuts her eyes and then kind of turns to look at him, just like he's talking the way you look at a conspiracy theorist sometimes. He was an office manager and she was a litigator. They were middle management at best. Why the hell would anyone want to murder them? They didn't do anything that important. It's not like they were legal counsel to a senator or a congressman or a governor.
I'm just saying, those types of things don't happen as frequently as they're reported to happen, especially to rich people's houses.
I don't know, maybe one of the maintenance people just fucked up or purposely fucked up. I mean, my dad wasn't the kindest individual when it came to employment.
Maybe.
I think Florida's making you paranoid.
Could be.
My parents are nobodies. No one wants them dead, dude. Were nobodies. Sorry.
I'm going to tell you something. And if you don't listen to anything else I say, listen to this. Nobody is nobody. Everybody is someone to somebody, good or bad.
She considers his words a little bit and not really having a response to them at the moment with how fuzzy her brain's feeling and how sleepy she's getting. She just gives him a nod, acknowledging that she did hear him and she did listen.
Anyway, he holds up a wrist. 5, 4, 3, 2, and you go unconscious. As everything goes black. We transition now to our next scene. Our next scene begins back in the Pack's home, in a rough neighborhood outside of downtown Tampa. Deadbeat, in your road to personal growth, you have been learning things about yourself, good and bad. And one of the things you've been struggling with the most is something you discovered on the boat out in the middle of the Gulf, when you were rendered helpless with just a few words. Falling into the fetal position, crying, seeing flashing lights, hearing deafening sounds, your mind crippled. This notion that someone as strong, as powerful, as undeniable as you could be made so feeble, so helpless, so weak, so easily, is something that you never thought possible. Yes, you're lazy. Yes, you could care less about others at times. Yes, you couldn't be bothered. But this leech, this young woman, something that should have been easily overpowered, could just cut the legs out from under you and drop you to the ground at a moment's notice. That just won't stand. You need guidance. You need help. You need to find a way to stop that from happening again. You need to find a way to prevent this. Because if you're going to live this supernatural existence, if you're going to be bothered to be Guru, you are going to be powerful. You are going to be undeniable. When you are going to be put to task and called to conflict, you're not going to be made to feel like that again. So, you look to the only source you respect, the only source you've come to trust. Because while you've gone toe-to-toe, at least briefly, with Charles, while you've stood in front of the Sept leader, Aspen Weiss, while you've come to know other Guru in Tampa, the only one who's actually earned any real respect from you is your tribe mate and mentor, Stakes Claim. Because she's always been real with you. She's always been blunt with you. She found you, after all, after your first change. She brought you into this existence, and she's never bullshitted you. She's never made you do more than what's expected. And she's never asked anything more of you than what's needed. So with these thoughts going through your head, with this apprehension and this anxiety, this weakness at the back of your mind. One afternoon, after waking up, dreams of that night on the boat having plagued your nightmares. You find Stakes sitting on the couch in her Hamid form, which is a rare sight to see, seemingly nursing a bruise on her arm, rubbing some cream on it gingerly as you walk out from your bedroom. And the scene is yours.
Still kind of waking up, seeing Stakes nursing a wound, that bruise. Kind of a little bit of confusion, knowing like I don't really ever see Stakes get fucked up that badly, and I mean, there's not anything really in Florida that could really mess her up that badly. It's odd. So it's kind of a little bit confusion on a little bit like not worry, but more just confused than anything. As I kind of walk in, take a seat on the couch, and I just say, so what, you tussled with some gators out there? What the hell messed you up?
Something like that. Just getting used to the area. Not quite used to things around here yet. But you should see the other guy. What's up with you?
You know, just this standard shit, going out, gathering information, just hanging around.
You look like crap.
Well, nice of you to say. Yeah.
You sleeping okay?
Could be better. You think drinking would help you sleep better, but makes you just feel more like shit when you wake up every time. But yeah,
You're doing it wrong.
I mean, there ain't a lot of things I do right, isn't it? At least what everyone else saying, with Charles and the rest of them.
They don't know you
Kind
like
of how
I
I
know
roll.
you.
Yeah. Well, that's just who knows? Who knows how they know me? But you said the other guy, you beating up someone that deserved it, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough, man. But I was just thinking about some stuff recently. Especially about the whole crazy boat trial jigsaw trap bullshit that went on, with Charles and everything. Just thinking of one of the things that happened there, that there was this weird trial thing. I don't know if like how much you saw of it or anything like that, but part of it was this like crazy vampire hoe who just used this weird mind power thing and cheated, and kind of like I don't even know what exactly went down, to be honest, but I was wondering if you'd like know anything about how to like counter that kind of stuff, because that's feels like kind of like bullshit. They could just do stuff like that, and it just like a gift or something, like they're like a hearing spirit I can talk to or whatever.
She watches you for a moment, and you can see a little bit of mirth in her eye as you kind of fumble your way through the explanation of what you're trying to say. But she has kind of a knowing, small smirk on her face. They do cheat. That's what they do. That's how they make things even. They're not as strong as us. Not most of them. They use tricks because they will never be as strong as us, or usually as fast as us. But that's what makes them dangerous. Yes, there are ways you can get better and fight against that. But there are also older ones that will be more powerful and will still break through. I have tricks that I use. Others have tricks that they use. Charles actually blinds and deafens himself when he fights them, so he can't see or hear anything. He's learned how to fight without using his eyes or ears, so that they can't manipulate him. I'm actually trying to learn some of that from him.
Man, he keeps one-upping, huh? Motherfucker can do everything, apparently. That's...
He's been learning a long time. As much as all of you don't like what he does, he's very good at it.
I think that's what pisses me off the most, is that he's good at what he does. If he sucked, it would just be kind of funny, but he actually knows what he's doing, because I can't get on him for half the shit. It's annoying, but... I guess so. It's from what it sounds like, if you can't see it or like hear them, they can't do that, like at least those kind of tricks. But how do I know if they're gonna do those kind of tricks or the other tricks? You know, like it kind of...
You don't. That's why they're dangerous. Most of their tricks can't be predicted. You have to assume that they can do any of the things they're capable of doing at all times. You have to assume that if they can look you in the eye, they can take control of your mind. If you can hear their voice, they can charm you. That's why you don't give them a moment to speak. That's why you don't look them in the eye. You have to identify them and destroy them as quickly as possible. That's why they like to blend in crowds with people, because then we can't attack them outright. We have to lure them away from people and attack them when they're alone, and it's a lot harder to do. They're smart, very smart. That's why they're dangerous.
So it sounds like they're kind of like the kill on sight kind of thing then. I mean, I guess if they get the opportunity to do all that shit, I mean, I imagine they're also not just doing, you know, those mind power bullshits, but anything else, you know, youth and people around them and whatnot.
Yes.
Are we...
They will use people as shields. They have servants, thralls, that they will use to do their dirty work. Slaves.
Like, it's just kind of bullshit, isn't it? Just, they have all this stuff they can do, like mind power shits, and using all the, like, the governments and all the systems to their advantage. And why don't we get that shit?
We do.
I don't know, like, but like, they feel like they do it better.
They do.
You know, like,
But we also have gifts that shield us from their powers. We also have gifts that allow us to charm others. I don't usually use those gifts. That's not what I'm good at, but there are others that do.
really, you surprised me, Stakes. I could have sworn you're the life of the party.
No.
Just get a little chuckle to that and like and nod. But you said they're like, so if I can get spirits or gifts to protect myself from that, like, do I need Delphine for that to like talk with spirits? I know there was this one, I don't know, it was kind of like a wolf. I don't know, like I was talking to Delphine. There's this weird, like evil voice sounding thing that happened to me recently, and I was a little worried, not gonna lie, that it was like that wolf thing that Delphine was talking about, because it was all talking about like, you know, beating up, not allowing weakness in the people around me, and not being a bitch to
Deadbeat,
everyone.
do not talk to the wolf.
But Delphine said it wasn't the wolf, though. Apparently, it was some like other wolf, like white wolf thing that was nearby. So, I guess it wasn't the wolf. I don't know, but do like spirits talk to me, or do I need to get Delphine to talk to spirits? Because I don't know if that like will that wolf spirit give me the power to resist stuff. I'm not sure. I don't know if that is the wolf or there's like the wolf. I don't know how this shit works, man.
If a wolf is talking to you and calling you weak, that is not a wolf you want to deal with.
Okay, now I'm a little confused now because Delphine said it wasn't a problem. Delphine was acting like it wasn't nothing. So I don't know. With it, is it
Delphine
nothing?
is young. Delphine is learning. Delphine was not properly educated. There are spirits that want to help you, and there are spirits that want to hurt you. If a spirit is making you feel worse, if a spirit is making you feel less than what you are, it is trying to hurt you. If a spirit is encouraging you to do bad things, it is trying to hurt you.
Kind of look uncomfortable as I look around for a moment, kind of trying to think of my next words of what I want to say, or kind of clearing my throat. But like, if he had the power to shield me from the mind stuff, do you think that I could like just, you know, kind of get my end of the deal off, or like do a little bit of what it's saying, then I just get what I need? Or
No.
I don't know, 'cause I don't want to go in that like, if they're gonna keep cheating, then I need to cheat harder, right? I mean, I need to be better than they are at whatever we're doing here, and I ain't gonna be the, you know, next bitch on the ground crying and sniveling. I mean, I don't want to be, you know, putting that shit again.
What would you be willing to pay for that?
I mean, the price can't be that bad, right? I mean, what could they?
Yes, it can, Deadbeat. It can cost you everything. There was a member of my pack back in hell. The Sept didn't talk about them. They were lured to the wolf. They fell. They were exiled. They don't talk about it. They were my brother. My actual brother. I had to kill them.
my face, I hit the immediate kind of yeesh, like, oof, like, face. I just kind of look around, just kind of at a loss for words, not sure what to say to this sudden bombshell of information. Kind of, well, fuck that shit, man. That, fuck. Oh, well, damn. That's sorry to hear that. That's
They were promised power too. Power to help. Power to strike back. Power to avenge our family. The cost was too great. The wolf never left, even after they died. And it followed us here.
so if there's certain spirits that I can't deal with, I guess that sounds like I need the help of Delphine, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
She can
Was
help
Delphine
you. She can help you know which spirits are good and which spirits are bad, yes. She will make mistakes, and there are others that can help you too. The older ones here can help you. But you will have to learn to know for yourself. If they are promising you things that seem too good to be true, everything has a cost, Deadbeat. Everything. Nothing comes easy in a guru's life. If you go the path of the wolf, as much as I love you as my own, I would kill you too. And I don't want to do that.
I would also very much not like that. That noted. I will remember that if that wolf spirit ever tries to talk to me again or do whatever the hell it was doing.
Good. Trust me. Believe in me. The rat will not lead you astray. They are tricksy. They are clever, but they are honest. Honest to their kin. Honest to their followers.
I mean, when he first saw me, he did say that I was trash, so I mean, he did peg me there, so it's. He did say, apparently none of the other spirits wanted me either. Apparently, that's, apparently even the wolf didn't want me up there because apparently the wolf talked to like all the other people, but didn't even talk to me until now we're down here, which is kind of bullshit. If you ask me, not that I would join the wolf, but it just feels kind of insulting that like, was I just not strong enough, or like I don't know what was up with that, but
It was waiting. It was waiting until it knew you were vulnerable. That is what hunters do. It found a moment of weakness before it was ready to strike. It came to you when it knew you were weak, when it knew you were vulnerable.
So why don't we just kick its ass? Can't we just go into the spirit world and just whoop its ass then, if it keeps trying to bother us?
The many times I've wanted to, Deadbeat, the many times I've tried. It's not that simple.
Man, it's just fucking bullshit, Like, at first, it's these vampire fucking things that have all these cheating powers, and then they get, did all you think that I can't really do anything about. And then now for the spirit thing, we can't actually really deal with any of these spirits, and then some of the spirits are just trying to screw us over where apparently we're supposed to be the ones helping them out and doing all this stuff for them when half of them are just trying to screw us over, I guess. Like, Why is there so much bullshit in our lives? Why is it so unfair? Like, I thought being a werewolf would be a lot better and, be all this power, and now I'm just sitting here, sticking my hand helpless to half of the things in the world here.
Can I tell you a secret?
What's the secret?
They are all jealous of what we have because we have something they all can't have. Leeches are dead. They can no longer experience life. Spirits only get a part of what we have. Humans can never truly know what it is to be us. We are all three: spirit, human, and wolf. In a way, I pity them because they will never understand. And yes, it is difficult. But in a way, we are lucky. We are blessed. And we should not take that for granted. Yes, it comes with a great deal of hardship. It comes with a great deal of struggle. But if we make it worth it, then it will have felt like no struggle at all. It will have meant something. Killing my brother will have meant something.
Hearing Stakes say that just kind of connects to something of my own memories of my own brother, kind of making that connection there. That I just fall silent, looking down, kind of her speech weighing in on me. Before I kind of nod, I'll just nod and say, you're right. Hopefully I can at least make this werewolf shit worth it, for all the bullshit I have to go through at least. At least I get to try and look on the positive side. At least I can grow cool ass claws and jump pretty high and turn into a raging death monster, so
you are on your way. I see it. You have already started. You have come a long way. But there is still a long way to go. Keep moving forward. Don't go back. There's nothing back there for you.
Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself. I'm still the same. I'm still the same deadbeat pile of trash that a rat picked up. Okay, maybe Charles just hit me a little too hard in the head. I'm just not the same person after that. All right, let's just not get too ahead of ourselves. But I'll leave you to nursing whatever the hell you got done there. That must have been one strong motherfucker to at least give you a bruise. But I'm just gonna go make some, pizza rolls here. If you want any, I can make some extra, I guess. So.
No, I'm good. Just keep training, keep focusing, learn to block out distractions. That helps with the leeches, is if you learn how to ignore them and focus. That's a good way to shake them off. It's a good start.
Yeah, I imagine they probably, I don't know if this is true, but just shit I see in movies and whatnot, they do those villain monologues, right? Where they just keep talking. I feel like that's something they would do. I don't know. You have too much time on your hand. Motherfuckers love to hear themselves talk. I don't know why, but it's something they all have in common.
Talk less, claw more.
That's something I can do at least. But give a nod to that. I'll start walking out of the room, take the pizza roll, say, just stop. Make sure the next guy you beat up don't get a hit in at least. All right.
I'll try. I was distracted.
Shit, were there a rooster around or something? I've been seeing a lot less of them in Ybor. You better not be messing with them. Those chickens, they're protected, you know?
Not them.
Give a laugh as I walk on out.
Let's go into the kitchen, preparing some food. What are you thinking about after this conversation with Stakes?
There's a little bit of kind of weight on my shoulder been taken off, but there's still the pressure that there wasn't really a solution that was gotten to. There was no like shortcut or anything that I could just do in that moment and fix all my problems, because even the shortcut that was seemingly presenting itself with this, voice in my head is apparently, a pitfall that's going to lead to my own death, perhaps. But there's still that, like, small voice in my head, that temptation is like, but what if you're better? What if you're different? That you could, navigate it, you could get something out of it. Because as much as I respect Stakes, and as much as I, would rather not get murdered by her, the equal fear of being put in that situation again, the equal worry of being helpless in a situation against one of those things again is very real. And there is also a bit more respect now, knowing Stakes and her past, especially with her brother, kind of relating to my own brother, and kind of just even thinking about that, like, just kind of brings a lot of stress, and kind of starting to try and now push it down out of my brain, just repress it as much as I can, as I'm just trying to distract myself with these pizza rolls, and the rest of that conversation, trying to make a brighter tone, just so I can stay away from that thought entirely.
With that, we transition now to the last scene of the first half of tonight's story. From one connection to another, though this one might not be as healthy. From one seemingly run-down house to another. Although, you've been putting in some work on this house, Ray. It's been looking better, relatively speaking. Still not the kind of house that would go for very much on the market. But that's fine. It's a house that should be overlooked. It's a house that you don't want being offered on or people stopping by. It's the kind of house that you don't want a door-to-door salesman to go knocking on the door of, especially when you're not there. But today, you are there, and you're seeking information. You're seeking answers, and you're seeking time with a friend. So, we find ourselves in the sitting room. The lamp is on, 2 chairs seated across from one another. In one, Raymond Gorn, Ghost Council Philodox, pack leader of the Hellhounds. In the other, Jordan. And if you couldn't see it, there are air quotes around the name Jordan. Frail, almost skeletal, the clothes hanging off his bones. His head hunched forward, his breathing raspy, his eyes sunken and yellowed as they stare at Ray. What is it this time, Ray?
sitting across from him, looking at my friend and what he's become, I'm always sad to see him in this condition, but knowing that I'm still working towards helping him to try and get back to where he was, I can still see past it and see my friend. So sitting or laying the bag that I brought with me next to me and starting pulling stuff out. Well, Jordan, I have a couple questions I want to ask you, but first, I brought some food. This time, though, I didn't get anything. I actually made, I remember how much you loved spaghetti growing up, and we used to eat it together over at your house, so I made some before I came over. Hope it's as good as your mom used to make. And I will pull a container out and hand it to him with a fork.
Spaghetti. He takes his bony fingers, kind of claws at the Tupperware top till he peels it off, letting it drop to the floor with a clatter. Ignoring the fork entirely, he just fishes his fingers into the noodles, starts lifting them out of the container, sticking them into his mouth, a mixture of sauce and noodles just dangling from his chin.
Just like Mom used to make.
I'm glad that I was able to remind you of that. So, I brought an extra shirt too, because I know that you get a little messy, so.
You're so good to me, Raymond. I'm so weak. And you're so strong.
You're not weak, Jordan, because you're still fighting it. You're still holding on, waiting. I'm trying. But I did have a couple questions that I needed to ask.
Questions, yes. Questions, yes. Answers, yes.
I'll put my container down, not really opening it or touching it, and leaning a little forward in the chair. I know after what happened with you, you were able to understand and learn things. And so I had an experience a little while ago where someone was talking about the worm and being worm touched. And I'm wondering if you could tell me anything about what you know about the worm. Because I know I can get the perspective of other people that may not know exactly what you know. So I want to get your thoughts.
The worm. Spiral round and round and round. In it goes, ever crawling. Always hungry. full. Decay. Rot. Death. I know all about it. Bugs. Worms. Spiders and cockroaches. They will never die. You're too vague, Raymond. That is too broad a subject. We would be here forever.
That's fair. You definitely covered a lot in just those few sentences. I guess the main question is, how does someone become worm touched? Because what you described was what seemed to be aspects of nature in a sense. But when someone said that I was potentially worm touched from ingesting leech blood, what exactly is that touching? Like, what does it do?
Poison. You drink poison. You let it in. It rots you away from the inside. It spoils you.
Is that what is happening to you? What you're fighting against? That rot? That poison?
See his head shudder and shake a few times. Happening, Raymond? Sure, let's call it that. I'm fine. Just hungry. Speaking of which... And he reaches out a bony hand.
I'll look at the hand with more trepidation than last time. I know that this helps him, but I know that it hurts me. And right now, I am still hurting. I don't know if I can give him this help at the moment. Jordan, I'm recovering from a previous fight, and I don't think I can help you in that way right now. I don't think I can offer that.
His face kind of falls.
You're hurting? What if I help you? You've helped me so much. You've been such a good friend. All you have to do is let me in.
As much as I would like for you to be able to help me, as much as I've helped you, I can't let you in. Because I need to be able to help you, and letting you in would just complicate it too much. I can't. If there was another way, if you could help me with something else, I would take it, but I can't, Jordan.
We could share our burdens, Raymond. You take some of mine, I take some of yours.
Would it ease your pain?
Yes.
Would it help you get better?
Yes.
Can I roll an insight to see if he believes, like, what am I being tricked? Like, is the Bane speaking or is Jordan speaking?
Roll me a wits and insight.
Okay. I'm assuming I'm at 1 rage, or...
Yeah.
Okay. That is 8 with a crit.
He wholeheartedly believes what he is saying. But being able to discern if it is Jordan or the Bane anymore has become so impossible to tell that you don't know. I would say both believe what they are saying.
I'll look down and think for a few seconds before looking back up. If I could ease your pain just a bit, I would. But I don't think I can do this for you, Jordan. I don't think I could accept that into me. Seeing what it's done to you, seeing how it's affected you. I want to help you cure yourself. I don't want to fall as you have. I want
Why
to.
am I here?
Because I'm trying to help you.
No,
I'm trying
you
to
aren't.
separate. I'm trying to rid you of what has consumed you.
Then take it from me! Take it from me!
I can't do that. because then I wouldn't be able to help you.
Then you're my warden.
But I'm also your friend. I may have you locked in here, but I am still your friend trying to help you. And you have to understand that.
Sir, yes, sir.
Hearing that, I feel a little bit of anger building up because I am trying my best and he can't see through it with what it's doing to him. And I don't know if this anger is towards him or towards the Bane.
Give me a composure and resolve.
Okay. Two successes.
Roll me a strength and brawl.
There's also two successes.
Okay. So as he says it, feeling the rage kind of build up inside you, taking you to rage 2, you swing out and strike him directly in the face. He doesn't buckle over backwards. It's not a very powerful hit, but it's enough to make him just kind of knock his head back briefly before it buckles forward. And then as he slowly lifts his head, there's a trickle of blood coming out of his nose.
Anything else?
No, I'm sorry, Jordan. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. And I'm just gonna leave everything there and leave the house.
As you're walking out, having struck your friend, what's going through your mind now?
That anger is still there, but the shock of what I just did to my friend is superseding it. 'Cause I've had difficult conversations with Jordan before. I know that the Bane speaks to me sometimes more than Jordan. Jordan speaks to me more. It's hard to figure it out, but when he doesn't understand what I'm trying to do, and he keeps making it more difficult for me to help him, and the things he's asking for, the things he wants from me is just sometimes a little too much. And I deeply regret that I struck him, but I need more answers, and I need them more quickly. I need to figure some things out now.
As you get into your truck, driving away from the house that you've built and continue to build, you think back to what he said. You're my warden. Is it a house or is it a prison? But then you think to one more thing that you've heard recently. There is an answer to what you seek. the words of Ember, the spirit. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors, Chromatic Creations US, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, and Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at ko-fi.com/stpetebynight to help keep the stories rolling.
We are back. In the first half, Juniper and Rory took a little road trip to pick up some medicinal products to help with Juniper's anxiety after her actions last week. Delphine had some one-on-one time with her supplier where she got to unload some of her past traumas. Deadbeat got some much-needed advice from his mentor, Stakes. And Ray got to catch up with his friend, Jordan. However, that may have ended worse than it began. Now, in the second half, the pack reconvenes as they arrive at the Sept, preparing to start up their training again and check in with the warder of the Sept, Charles Albrecht. But as they arrive at the Sept proper, at the Cairn, they have some time to themselves to check in with one another before the meeting officially takes place. Arriving at the Cairn, it's quiet. There's still some milling about going on. Eliza is off at the garden. Lucas can be seen tending to a building that he seems to be constructing off in the distance. But they're not near enough to overhear anything that's going on. You have space and time to talk amongst yourselves without any prying ears or eyes. The scene is yours.
I hope everyone's gotten some good rest and is ready to get back to it, because I'm sure it's going to be just as difficult, if not more.
I have a little bit of like shadows under my eyes and look a little raggedy, as if I have not been getting the best of sleep. Yeah. Plenty of sleep over here. How about you guys? How are you all doing?
I also don't look the most well rested, though I'm still carrying myself a little bit better than probably Juniper. You know, a bit more light underneath my eyes as I look around, more annoyed than anything, as I just kind of sigh. Hey, can we skip like all this like pep talk, like small talk bullshit, you know, and just stop pretending like we're here like shooting the shit. We got called here to do something. I mean, I don't think any of us really want to be here, be here right now doing this shit, but
I mean, I like being here. And Delphine will speak up from where she's sitting on the grass with her feet. Like, she doesn't have her shoes on, so she's got her bare feet against the dirt, and she's got her palms against the earth as well, kind of just like trying to sense for that heartbeat she felt before, even though she doesn't have her penumbral senses up. She's just keeping that connection, that semblance there.
Yeah. Rory probably looking the most rested out of the group, I would imagine. It's just like, was originally like looking over at the tree from last time. To answer your question, I've been sleeping great, but I guess we're not doing the small talk thing today. And she'll pop the earbud that was previously out back in.
finally.
You know, Deadbeat, I did have to mention something, and I think everyone needs to be aware of it. Deadbeat let me know a couple weeks ago that he was hearing the wolf potentially. So I thought he was. So I thought. So there's another wolf around the cairn. Its name is Alara. I thought that that was the wolf that was just fucking with him because, like, when he mentioned it, I looked into the Emperor. I did see a wolf, but it wasn't the same wolf. But now Eliza's telling me that the wolf that I was worried about up north can split off and can hit up multiple places at once. So it might have followed us down here, and it might already kind of just be digging into Deadbeat, trying to stalk him. So it might be something that we all need to keep an eye on, because apparently we aren't done with that piece of shit fucking spirit.
I mean, when I look over at Deadbeat, doesn't surprise me that the wolf is trying to get Deadbeat. I mean, he is the weakest member of our pack. I mean, did you see him on the boat?
Wow, this a great start already. This, I'll get to you just a second, Juniper, but thanks Delphine for just airing out my shit without asking me first, or checking in on any of that, and also forgetting to mention the part where you made fun of me about telling you this stuff and treating
I'm
me like I was a crazy son of a bitch.
I'm sorry,
now
okay?
you get to say it. But in front of everyone, you can say it now. No, I get it. I get you. You can get the cake you eat it too, make the jokes. Make all these little comments, and then when you're in front of everyone else, you can apologize and seem like a better person, because you're always the victim in every circumstance. Yeah, I get it. No, it's all right. And Juniper, it's hilarious you mentioned that. It's really funny that you mentioned that. But I don't feel like punching low today. If I wanted to punch low, I could, bully the nearest homeless person nearby. So I'll give you a pass today.
Again, I'm sorry. You aren't the only one that's gotten talked to by that thing. I've gotten talked to by that thing. Rory's gotten talked to by that thing. It's something that concerns all of us. That's the only reason I brought it up to everyone, because how long until it starts talking to Juniper or starts talking to Ray? We got to be careful. Not all of you can see into the Umbra like I can. So we got to coordinate to try to, I don't know, keep an eye on each other at home when we're at home and away from the cairn.
Great that now you suddenly care, but then when I was telling you about it before, you didn't. Like, what changed, Delphine? What change of heart did you get you? Charles gave you a bunch of money. You get a nice little stash from Eliza. What happened?
I didn't realize that it could move. I thought it was still in Michigan. I'm still learning. I don't know everything about spirits yet, Deadbeat, and I'm trying to sincerely apologize for making fun of you, okay? I am sorry.
Mistakes. How many times you're gonna fuck up? First, you fuck up with the job that we did in Michigan, where we even got caught in the first place. Then you now fuck up with this, and you didn't even know about, like, Hello talked about with the boat spider stuff, talking about there's some worm stuff going on, and you don't even know anything about that. What do you actually know about spirits, bruh? You've been doing this for so long. How many mistakes you gonna make, and how long are you gonna fuck up?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Despite me being upset with the both of you still for what happened in Michigan, don't put all of that shit on her. She's literally sincerely apologizing, and that is some growth right there, okay? So just chill the fuck out. Okay? If I knew that this was going to be your reaction to me giving you a little bit of shit about the boat, I wouldn't have said it. So take a deep breath, touch some grass. It's doing good for Delphine. Maybe it'll do good for you too.
So, thanks, Juniper. Deadbeat, when was the last time you heard the wolf? If what Delphine is saying is true, how often have you heard the voice while being down here?
I have, like, my arms crossed right now, very standoffish, kind of taking a deep breath in, still very pissed off, where I get a moment of silence before I eventually begrudgingly respond and say, when I It was around the time that we had our disagreement. That's when the first and only time I've heard that, when we had our little talk. And you went and slept in the car that night. That's the only time I've heard it so far.
So it hasn't happened any other time. That's good. What did it say exactly, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I guess standard, like, wolf stuff, whatever, brah, brah. Don't let your people around you be weak. They're a bunch of pussies. You shouldn't be beholden to them. They're, you gotta be the top dog kind of stuff. That was the gist of it.
So it seems to be playing into what you've kind of already been speaking in some way. What you say to us sometimes, what you say to others. So, though Juniper came at it very rudely, and she did apologize for it, but it seems like the wolf is targeting you because of your habits and your personality.
Or because I'm the strongest. I mean, that also might be the case. Though, to be honest, I'm a little confused of why I even talked to, the other two when I was, the strongest there and, pretty... I don't know. I'm just saying, if it's like the thing all about strength and stuff, you'd think it would come after me first, but I don't know. Maybe.
You
It
always
doesn't-
talk about strongest, yet you never clarify. Yeah, you may be physically prowess, but strength comes in many different ways.
It doesn't target when you're at your strongest. Just like when a wolf hunts, it targets the prey when it's vulnerable.
Well, joke's on it. I wasn't vulnerable. As you see, I'm chilling now. There's nothing going on.
Okay.
Rory's just kind of biting her lip, trying not to say something right now.
I am also just kind of, I've just crossed my arms and just kind of chewing on my bottom lip as well and just, nodding my head slowly.
Well, if the wolf does talk to you again, let us or Delphine or someone know. Because if it's still trying to influence you, and like you said, if you are centered now, then it might be pushing more to try and get you. So, we need to nip that in the bud. If Delphine is saying is correct, and the wolf did follow, and it is splitting.
Apparently they've had issues with the wolf down here too. So it didn't surprise Eliza that there was an avatar of it around here.
Did Eliza say anything about how we can protect ourselves, protect Deadbeat?
She said that its bark is worse than its bite, and that we shouldn't fear it.
I'm going to turn to Delphine. Would it help in maybe warding off the wolf and making him less eager to approach us if we had Ember?
Maybe.
Who'd have
I
thought?
don't know. I don't know enough after all. And she looks at Deadbeat specifically when she says that.
I feel like I'm out of the loop here. Who we talking about?
There's a fire spirit that followed us from Michigan. I don't know if you've seen it, but me and Rory and Ray have seen it.
Like fire, like literal fire, like, you know, it could like show up in any, like, you know, perhaps like a blunt fire or like a lighter.
Yeah, they've shown up in my bic before.
I thought I was just, you know, tweaking, but I think I saw something like that. Actually, I was smoking with some friends, and I saw something in the fire. That was, I mean, fire spirit. That sounds kind of badass, though. I mean, does it like get fire powers? I mean, if it gets fire powers, shit. I mean,
Hey, getting a patron for the pack is a give and take. It gets something from us. It gives something to us. And then I don't. She's just been visibly deflating the more the conversation goes. I don't know. We should just talk to Eliza. She knows this stuff more.
Rory will kind of walk over to Delphine and give her like a reassuring pat.
She doesn't react or move when you put your hand on her. She just kind of just sits there and is just rubbing a blade of grass between her fingertips.
When we talked to Ember before, they seemed to imply that at the moment, the give and take would be them experiencing the world, because I guess they had just woken up and they're still experiencing new things. So having them be with us would allow that. And they implied they know things and potentially can help us better ourselves as a pack and can keep our fire going, can keep us moving towards our goal.
I'm liking some of that, not liking others. You're telling me it's trying to make us better? Like, if this sounds like a preachy fire thing, I don't really want like a preachy spirit in my ear constantly telling me I need to like start escorting grandmas across the street and giving money to the homeless.
It didn't seem to be preachy. It seemed to have specific knowledge, or implied that it did, that we could benefit from.
Like,
Are you sure that we can trust this spirit? Because there seems to be, you know, there's like warnings against letting spirits in and like falling prey to the big bad wolf and things like that, and this seems like this is just another spirit. Like,
When
We
I
can have a
talk-
light.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead, Rory.
Sorry. When I talked to Jester about it, she was the one that mentioned to me it might be a potential pack patron. Was even willing to put in a word, get us the ritual to make him our pack patron if we wanted to.
We could just have Eliza meet it. She said last time I spoke with her that we could just let her know whenever we wanted to meet with Ember again as a pack, and she could come and check it out and even teach us what we need to be taught.
Did she tell you anything else about what having a pack patron means? What it can do?
Nothing different than what's already been said.
Yeah.
God damn it, Delphine, bruh. This is getting depressing, dog. Look, okay, I'm sorry about what I said. Can you stop being sad now? This is just bringing the vibe down, all right? Look, I'm just pissed off that we always seem on the back foot with this kind of shit, okay? And I just want us to actually, like, you know, have a fucking win under our belt for once. So, just pissed off about shit. Look, sorry, man. Better? Can you stop being depressed now?
She just doesn't react.
Delphine, did that apology seem genuine to you?
It's hard to tell with Deadbeat. In her mind, he never seems to come off as genuine, so I don't know. I think he's only doing it. Delphine honestly thinks that he's only doing it because because everyone else kind of ganged up on him when he was going off on her.
Okay.
Rory's just gonna give a look between the two of them. Give Deadbeat kind of a knowing look that since the last time they talk, and just remain quiet, but let the moment kind of happen.
Deadbeat, was that apology genuine?
It's honestly it mostly it is a genuine apology. More the apology came from the fact that Deadbeat just kind of felt really like just seeing Delphine just be sad just was sad in of itself, like sad in a pathetic kind of way, but also sad like damn, like they're hurt and this kind of sucks, like this is not a great feeling to have. So in like his own way, because he can't just straight up apologize because that's not what he does, he kind of had to be an ass about his apologies, so he's not entirely, being vulnerable to give a straight apology and be vulnerable in that moment.
Because of the genuineness of your apology, the grass beneath your foot starts to smoke.
My foot?
No, beneath Deadbeat's foot. Beneath his shoe.
I will pick my foot up, kind of like stumble back like a little bit, just like, ah shit, I thought I didn't bring a smoke here, hold on.
As it does, a small flame erupts in the grass. Well, well, well. What do we have here?
Oh, this is like Ember thing we're talking about?
Delphine looks over at the little flame and just nods. Yeah, that's them.
I crouch down and get a closer look at the little ember flame that's popped up.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all together. I know we haven't had an opportunity to meet like this before, but hopefully it's the first of many meetings.
We've spoken to one of the older theurges here. We can potentially do the right.
I hope that you do. We have a lot that we can offer one another. I've been watching you, all of you. You all have a great deal to do. And a great deal you have done. I see the spark in you. But there is a potential that it could be snuffed out. Or it could go out of control and become an inferno, if not tended. You are walking a very fine path. One step off that path, and you will get lost. And if you get lost, you may not be found again. I can be your guide. But get too close to the flame, and you might get burned.
Like literally or figuratively?
Yes.
No, fuck you.
I just kind of like look like I'm a bit far away for a moment before zoning back in as Umber speaks.
I know the things you have done. I know the things you will do. I know the things you are doing. The choice is yours.
I'll say yes if you tell me all of Raymond's stuff. If you tell me all his tea, I'll say yes for sure.
Then I tell him all of yours.
Okay, never mind. We're gonna go back on that one.
Good.
Rory will give Ray a slight glance at that little comment from Deadbeat.
I am only as harmful as you make me. But I mean you no harm. With that, the flame starts to flicker and die down, leaving a plume of smoke behind and a small, tiny burned patch of grass.
I'm just gonna stand back on top of it so no one will notice it while we're here.
Eliza's
I
gonna
stand-
notice.
I stand back up and look at everyone. Well, that was vaguely threatening.
Only if you have something to hide.
Ever since that comment the Deadbeat made, I'm more staring at him, eyes a little dark, and I am not breaking that contact.
Rory's gonna step in between Ray and Deadbeat a little bit.
I'm just gonna silently witness this moment and pocket that information for a later time.
Delphine is going to turn to the flowers that are planted around them and apologize because there's been a lot of cursing in the clearing.
It's not
Do
that I
they-
don't. Sorry, go ahead.
Do they not like cursing, Delphine?
Eliza doesn't like us cursing around the flowers.
But do the flowers not like cursing?
I don't know. I'm not going to question her.
I'm not. It's not that I'm not. I under recognize what's going on between me and Ray, but I'm just. It's more that I'm choosing to kind of ignore it. Like I look over, I see you staring. I see Ray staring at me with this like killer stare, and I'm just kind of just looking away, just not trying to give him any mind, because like he's just a like goody two shoes military dude. What the hell he's gonna do? He acts like he can do a bunch of stuff when he really can't do anything. So right now I'm actually looking more towards Delphine, and I just say, that fire thing, are we that like that give off evil vibes or give off like not evil vibes? I don't know. To me, I mean, if it can get full cool fire powers, I'm kind of on board with it. Especially if it just gotta live through us. I mean, that sounds like an easy deal. I mean, I do a lot of shit. Feels like it could get a lot from me.
Delphine will listen to what Deadbeat's saying, but like side glance over at Ray. Who is he still just like sizing up Deadbeat?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just gonna be watching that like, this is like the worst fucking chest up I've ever seen in my life. And she'll just shrug to Deadbeat. I don't know, Deadbeat. I can't give you a straight answer because I don't know. I have been this longer than you guys, yeah. But I think out of all of us, I know the least. So I'm still learning, and I'm going to keep making mistakes.
But we have Juniper here. You can't possibly know the least.
Juniper's had Stakes, and Stakes is a ragabash.
Ah, shit, you're right.
I thought you said I was getting a pass.
A little bit. I mean, I kind of just stopped caring about that. Also, what's with, like, the tension going on here? You see something you like, Ray? You know, I mean,
Deadbeat,
pay me enough
shut
money,
up.
I can do something.
Just stop.
At this point, off towards the clearing, you hear a familiar barking. The barking of Stakes calling to you from the clearing.
At that point, I'll break contact and then start heading towards that clearing that Stakes is barking from.
Delphine will collect her shoes and head over that direction as well.
I will kind of stay in line with Ray and murmur under my breath as we walk over to, like, don't let him get under your skin. I don't know what the fuck that was, but don't show it in front of them.
Rory's gonna stay in between Ray and Deadbeat for the remainder of this time, just kind of giving Deadbeat, like, not the time kind of signals.
I imagine as I'm walking over, I just kind of roll my eyes and just mutter under my breath, like, weirdo. And they just kind of continue after.
As the pack moves away from their impromptu meeting, they head towards the clearing, where Charles, Jester, and Stakes are awaiting with their next assignment. As the pack arrives in the center of the clearing, they find Charles Albrecht, Warder of the Sept, flanked by Malicious Jester, the Tale Singer, and Stakes her claim, their mentor. Gathering around at the center of the clearing, Charles steps forward. Good afternoon, Pack. First, I want to congratulate you on successfully passing the test aboard the ship in the middle of the Gulf. I know it was a very trying experience, but that's exactly what it was meant to be, to show you just how real the threat is here. I applaud your efforts, and I want to encourage you to continue training. Unfortunately, we will not be able to continue that training today, as more pressing matters have arrived, and it is time for your first real assignment. The Sept leader has passed on a mission to me. As such, I have decided to include all of you in this particular assignment. There is a subdivision complex up in Old Seminole Heights, one that is under development by an organization known as High Quality Builders. This organization is a subsidiary of a larger organization known as Pentex. From what I understand, and as he looks towards Stakes her claim, you have had previous dealings with high-quality builders up in Michigan. Well, you will be dealing with them again. We have reason to believe that this particular subdivision, upon our initial inspection, has been contaminated with some plants. Plants that you have also previously had some dealings with, and that the inhabitants of this subdivision have been infected by these plants. Our mission is to neutralize the threat and, if possible, to bring back a living specimen to determine just how bad the infection is and to determine if we can find a cure to the infection that is coursing through them. Upon our last investigation, we did believe that the inhabitants were not hostile and that there is no cause for alarm should we arrive there. But we cannot be sure, and therefore we expect everyone to be on their guard when going. We know that anybody who has been exposed to the pollen of a particular plant may be compromised when dealing with these individuals. They have asserted mind control over people who have been affected by this pollen before. So I ask you now, have any of you been exposed to any kind of pollen when out and about? It comes from a plant that looks much like a tulip or a large bulbed plant, unfamiliar to anything you've experienced before.
I mean, just aside from the regular seasonal spring pollen, I've never encountered any pollen from a tulip in the time I've been here.
I also have not been exposed to any pollen of a plant like that.
Do you mean like just exposed skin-wise, like just in the air, or like ingested, or?
No, this would be very apparent. You would know it if it happened. A yellowish pollen that would have been directly applied to your face or body.
No, I didn't even know tulips made pollen. I mean,
It is not a tulip, it is a tulip shape.
tulip shaped thing. I didn't. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't know, but I haven't
I
seen
thought
anything
they
like that.
teach us this in grade school, that all plants have pollen to some degree, and no, I have not been exposed.
Good.
Yeah, I haven't had any like mind control issues or anything, so I'm not sure I've been exposed to this pollen.
You might not know it until you're close to the subjects, so I would ask that when we are on this particular mission, if you feel anything strange happening, if you are hearing any voices, or feel that you are losing control of your free will, you let one of us know immediately, for you may need to be extracted from this particular assignment. Guru, more experienced than you, have fallen under the sway of these creatures already. Is that understood?
Yes, understood.
Delphine just nods.
Yes, sir.
These individuals look like regular human beings. We do not know the extent of what they are capable of, but we believe that they could be lethal. The hope is to neutralize if they do become violent, but if necessary, do what you have to protect yourself and your packmates.
Do we know how many inhabitants are currently at this complex?
We did not get an accurate count. We had our last count was 5, but that was only from our initial site. We were able to inspect one building and the exterior of another, 4 in one, and 1 was seen from the outside of the other. But there were 6 buildings already completed in the complex.
How long ago did you guys do your investigation?
About a week ago.
So there's a potential that these 6 houses has maybe a family of 3 or so living there?
Or more, possibly.
Is there a possibility that not all of the inhabitants of this complex are infected, or is there a high chance that they all are?
We're unsure at this time.
From what I know of high quality builders, when they were back up in Michigan, they move people in pretty fast. So if there were already inhabitants in multiple buildings, it would be safer to assume that there's more people there than what you originally saw.
That is my suspicion. The question is how many of them are infected and how many of them aren't.
What exactly are they infected with?
Well, from what we can tell, these plants are producing a pollen that is interlaced with spores. And these spores are entering into the airway, or possibly through the skin, and getting into the bloodstream. That bloodstream is going to the brain and is starting to affect the neural pathways and is potentially taking over cognitive functions. It is causing these individuals to react erratically and, from what we have determined, creating a sort of hive mind-like behavior.
I have a question for the ST.
Sure.
From what I would have learned in college when I was going for environmental science, can I make a reasonable assumption that these that this pollen and these spores would be acting quickly? Because I saw the fungi, for one, and for two, I know that when mushrooms pop up, they pop up just overnight, given certain weather conditions. So would I be able to safely?
Oh yeah, you can assume that it moves quickly. Yes.
Okay. After listening to Charles' description, I stand there and I think for a moment, based on what I know about plants and pollen travel and spores and how quickly things can pop up, whatever is going on there might have spread very quickly if there are other inhabitants involved.
That was
Plants
our
like
fear.
this, yeah, plants like these have a tendency to pop up very rapidly, and even the slightest touch can release a bunch of pollen into the air, as we all know during springtime.
That is why we need
everywhere.
to proceed with caution in this matter, and we are hoping to take as many precautions as possible. We have procured a bunch of masks, especially following the pandemic. They are readily available. So we have masks for you to wear, at least in your Hamid form. Thankfully, due to our healing capabilities, it doesn't seem to act as quickly with us as possible, but we recommend avoiding exposure as much as possible because we do know it does affect us, as one of us has already been afflicted with it. So please, be on your watch and on your guard. Malicious Jester is also aware of other variety of plants that have popped up in the region, and she is going to describe those plants to you now. Please pay very close attention, as these plants are very dangerous and you may encounter them on this assignment. Jester.
Right. Hey, pups. Hope everybody's doing all right. Jester is currently dressed in denim overalls that are tucked into motorcycle boots, and underneath a blue button-up, loose blouse. She has a belt that has what looks like gardening equipment on it, and then strapped to her back is a very large, long silver sword, except it would be longer if the tip was not broken off. She'll pull out her phone, go through it, and then hand it over to the closest person. The first one I want to bring up is this one. Has moving eyes on it. Those little eyes actually move around and watch you. We believe this is a sentry plant. Most likely some sort of spiritual connection, probably a Bane, that allows them to connect with most likely their creator. Who else could be, but to communicate and watch for anything's in the area. She looks at all their blank expressions. Do you guys know what Banes are?
No, we kill him, right?
Bad spirits?
Yes and yes. They are corrupted spirits of the worm. You guys do know what the worm is, right? Please tell me that
Yes.
hell told you something.
I literally got called worm tainted every freaking day, yeah.
Okay, good. So yes, they are spirits of the worm that are corrupted. They tend to be. Think of them as evil spirits. They can do a lot of things. This one in particular, I think, is kind of gave nightmares after we encountered it, so weird dreams. So it can mess with your mind. It has thorns. Usually it's found growing up a tree, which we believe it will, if it grows large enough, it will actually choke out the said tree.
I have a quick question, Jester, if I may.
Sure.
Are these plants just naturally growing and occurring and evolving this way, or are they being like tampered with in some way by humans or whatever?
Oh no, absolutely not natural. These are the product of what I'm calling a mad scientist who's fucking with nature spiritually and physically.
Okay, so it's not just a natural change that's happening to the earth and all of the plants and...
No, this is intentional.
Okay. Well, there's that at least.
I have a practical question. Do you know exactly how well these things work as sentries? Like, what their vision's like, how far they can see? Do you have any idea?
We're unsure at this time. We have no details about what they are capable of or how well they work. We've only encountered them a couple of times so far. Sorry, Jester. Go ahead.
It's fun. No, as he said, we don't have full idea of any of these capabilities. These are not naturally occurring. They are very recent and very new to this area. Possibly. They've been cropping up within the last few months.
Noted.
He mentioned the tulip ones. Think pollen coming out, not just like little tufts, but like a freaking volcano.
Okay, that it? That doesn't sound too bad.
You breathe it in, you get sick.
Well, I mean, no, but only two plants doesn't sound too bad.
Oh no, the last one is the worst, and hopefully we actually won't come across this one, I don't think, in this particular place. Just given I don't think they're aiming for keeping us out, so to speak. The last one is a bush. I'll pull that picture up and show it to everyone. This one actually has vines that will extend out of it and attack. Usually, pretty sure it's us Garu get into a... How far was it, Kent, that I got in range?
I would say within 5 feet.
About a 5-foot radius. 5-foot area. If it gets within that, the vines extend out and attempt to attack. These were made to kill us, because the core of these plants is made of silver.
How does that work?
It looks like they combined a weaver and wild spirit together and did some crazy shit that I don't know, honestly. But it looks like they combined weaver and wild spirits to create this thing. I don't know what it will do, because I didn't get hit by it. However, the inside is silver. I don't know if it injects it or if it just hits you, but these are designed to kill us. Be very careful. If you aren't good at getting out of the way, I wouldn't suggest approaching them. All these plants, when removed from the ground, will rapidly decay within hours. So getting a sample that's already planted has been pretty much impossible.
Which is why we stress that we need to bring back a living specimen, because we have reason to believe that even a dead specimen may decay rapidly.
Do the spores decay as well?
We're not sure.
No, they stick around.
We might be able to get a spore sample then and plant it in a contained environment and grow it.
That sounds like a bad idea. I don't know. That's like in the movies when like they bring back the alien monster and they try to grow it for themselves to study it, and then it breaks out and kills everyone. That sounds like what would happen. I don't know about you.
Well, a live specimen is needed, and if as soon as you take it out of the ground, it dies, containing or getting a small amount of spores and possibly growing one would probably be the best way to contain whatever these plants are and grow it in a, I'm assuming, heavily monitored area.
Which of the 3 plants would be the most prioritized one?
At this point, it would be the tulip plant, as that is the one that seems to be infecting others. Obviously, the sentry plants are an issue, but I would rather they see us than are infecting humans that could be potentially infecting others.
Instead of growing... Go ahead, Ray.
When speaking of a live specimen, are you strictly speaking about plants, or is taking a human infected by one of these alive also something that we could potentially do?
I'm actually talking about the human, not the plant. We need to find a cure for the human, or potentially come up with a vaccine.
So is getting a human specimen more of a top priority
That
than
is
trying
the priority.
Okay.
We
Well-
actually
Oh, sorry.
we actually have people who are working on learning more about the plants. We've managed to get Charles. We've managed to get some fertilizer, and we have people working on figuring that out from that end.
We have a bag of fertilizer that's currently being studied. We also have blood work being done on our infected Guru to see the effects of how Guru may be altered by this and if it can be remedied. But we can't say how that will be done to humans. Our regenerative capabilities work differently, obviously, and it can help combat it better, but how that will affect humans and Ghislaine is entirely different.
Do we know what the Umbra looks like in that area?
Yes. We have found that these growths are not just impacting the humans and nature nearby, but it is also impacting spirits, as the Weaver spirits nearby seem to be developing growths of their own and have altered their behavior accordingly.
Back in Hell, whenever we dealt with high-quality builders to break into a building, we went in through the Umbra. Would that be advisable?
No.
Shit looks a deadbeat. Hey, maybe this time Spartan kicking will come in handy.
Actually, I think I got a better top priority because I learned some pretty cool shit. Unlike the rest of these fucks, I actually done some information gathering. I found out that apparently there's some really important stuff buried within the foundation of every one of their projects. I've learned this from some people I was talking with, and they apparently used to work with them. And so I think we need to dig in with their foundation, whatever the hell that means, whether like digging in or like I guess the building itself. I don't know, but
Interesting.
really, it's life changing. Apparently, it's how crazy it is. I thought it was talking about dead bodies, but he apparently he promises that it isn't. So
that's worth following up on. If we're able to, we'll see if we can look into it further while we're at the site. But obviously, the priority is to take the live specimen, to neutralize the situation there, and to get out as quickly as possible. But if we are able to secure the scene without causing too much of a fuss, we'll follow up on that information. Good work, Deadbeat. Also, see if you can press this contact for more information.
yeah, I can try. He's kind of a weird dude, but I might be able to find him again. He's he's kind of got that like crackhead vibe, so it's hard to get to him.
As
No
they
offense.
say, loose lips sink ships. More information, the better. Keep working on it.
Sir, yes, sir.
Are there any other questions?
So this is mainly a priority stealth mission to infiltrate and extract as quickly as possible with the subject?
I also believe neutralizing the scene is important as well. If, as Juniper said, there is a risk of further contamination and infection, we need to close it off. We need to stop the spread. There is potential that this could gather some attention, so we need to be as quick and as quiet about it as possible. This means no burning down buildings. This means no outbreaks or loud noises or violence. So yes, stealth will be necessary, but if there is resistance, resistance must be dealt with. But we don't entirely know what they are capable of. So caution is also a top priority. We are going in almost entirely blind on this. And I understand that this is a lot to put on you as a young pack. But let me make this very clear. This is also a showing of faith on my part for how you handled yourself in that test. I will be with you on this mission, as will Jester, as will Stakes or Claim. We will be there to lead and assist. We need the manpower for this. This is why we're here. This is a top priority and of the utmost urgency.
I know a way we can kill all the plants quickly.
Go on.
What would that
Flood
be?
the lawns. Flooding's common in Florida. It's a housing development pipeline. The water pipes and the sprinkler systems could have gotten damaged. If it floods the lawns, you drown the plants. They get too much water.
But like, aren't they evil, weird spirit mutated plants? Do you think they would actually die from too much water? It sounds like
It could slow them. If they're still plants, they're still working with like on the basics of photosynthesis.
That is a good recommendation. However, the tulip plants, which I believe we should call spore bombs so that we don't keep referring to them as tulips, were growing in a marshland. So I believe that the flooding may not be as helpful, but it is a good recommendation for the other plants potentially going forward. That is a good suggestion, Delphine, and one that we will take into consideration for the other plants that we encounter.
Bushes especially.
Yes.
Yeah. If the infection has spread too much and there's too much going on, do you want us to fall back?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you said no burning buildings and no burning stuff, but if that ends up being our only option to get rid of these plants.
And that's the bridge we'll cross when we come to it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it would be a bridge that we cross when we get to it and not like completely off the table.
It is not, nothing is off the table. As I said, we're going into this completely blind. The priority here is not to draw attention.
When are we heading out, and how much time do we have to prepare?
This evening, you have about 6 hours to prepare.
Are we meeting up here, or are we
Yes.
meeting there?
We will meet here, and we will go out together.
All right, sounds easy enough. I mean, I'm down. Should be easy. I mean, if you're all gonna be there, it sounds like you could probably do it on your own, to be honest. But we'll be here, I guess.
We'll be taking point on this mission so that you don't feel like we're throwing you to the wolves. That is not our purpose here. We are a team. We are working on this as a team. We are sending our most capable people, and we want you with us. We are not going to put you in harm's way. You are here to back us up and to watch our backs as we are watching yours. The more eyes, the better. We don't know what we're dealing with. We need to make sure we have all of our flanks covered. I know that you are capable of doing this.
Okay.
If we do a good enough job, could we get a fundraise, a fundraise, or potentially our, rite of shame gone? That'd be pretty nice too. Just asking.
We'll talk about it. But this is a good step in that direction, yes. A very good step in that direction because of the urgency of it. This is coming directly from the SEP leader herself. You can talk amongst yourselves, make your preparations. We'll meet back here in 6 hours.
Hoorah.
Any other questions?
Delphine just shakes her head.
Nah, man, I'm good.
Very well. See you in 6 hours. With that, Charles turns and walks off towards another part of the cairn.
Hear that, Delphine? We're gonna get a rite of shame gone here soon. Oh, fuck, it's gonna be so cool.
He said we would, that it would be discussed, talked about it. There's no guarantee.
We'll probably work out. I'm sure it'll work out. I mean, especially with the info that I had, and they're gonna find like some cool stuff underneath there, and they're gonna be like, "Man, Deadbeat, you did such a great job. We're gonna remove your rite of shame, and I'll vouch for you too. Don't worry."
Yeah, you'll be a hero, Deadbeat.
I'm a badass, not a hero, but thank you, appreciate it. At least someone here sees it.
Heroes can be badass.
at least, the option is on the table. And that was not something that was probably considered a week ago. So I'm sure it will happen.
Transition now to 6 hours later. About 7 hours later, the pack arrives in Old Seminole Heights at the housing development. This housing development is very familiar to one of the pack, as they had just been here a few days prior. However, it looks very different than they last remembered before slipping into unconsciousness. The streets are completely spotless. There are no bodies lying around. There's not even blood or debris on the streets. It is as well manicured and clean as it was when they first arrived on the scene. The pack pulls up and parks their van off to one side, and Charles pulls up in his luxury town car along with Jester and parks as well. He climbs out of the car and walks to the trunk, popping it open, where he pulls off a sawed-off shotgun and puts it in a holster off one side, and a magnum and puts it in another holster on the other side. He pulls up some dark sunglasses and puts them on his forehead, as well as some very, very thick headphones that he dangles around his neck. He then walks over to the van to meet with everybody else as they climb out of the van. Stakes climbs out of the van in lupus form, and she gives a look towards Juniper before looking towards everyone else. Charles addresses the group. We're going to split into two groups. One will move to the house on the right. One will move to the house on the left. We neutralize, and then we move on. Tie them up if you have to. Knock them unconscious if you have to. But do it quickly. Take them down. Make it as quiet as possible. We need to make sure they are all neutralized. We will gather them up, and we will take them away. We have the means to do so on the way. There will be a vehicle here within 15 minutes to put them in. Move quickly, move quietly. Jester, you will lead one team. I will lead the other. One team will consist of Jester, Deadbeat, Rory, and Delphine. The other team will consist of myself, Raymond, Juniper, and Stakes.
Delphine holds up her hand.
Yes.
Does each team have someone who can see in the umbra?
Yes.
We were able to do some research, and all but one of these buildings are fully occupied, but I wasn't able to get a number, like an official number, but there's a lot of people here.
That's what I was afraid of. Good thing I thought of that. He moves back over to the trunk, and he grabs a duffel bag, and as he does so, he brings it over, unzips it, and then pulls out canisters with pins in them and starts passing out the canisters. If you have to, pull the pin, throw in the canister. Do not breathe in what comes out of the canister.
Do I recognize these canisters?
You do. Absolutely. It's military-grade knockout gas. Break a window or open a door. Roll in the canister after you pull the pin, but make sure you roll it in immediately after you pull out the pin. Do not expose yourself to it. 60 seconds. Anyone, hopefully, with a human constitution, should be knocked out. Again, we're not sure how this will affect them, but we'll have to see. 3 canisters per team should do it. Use them sparingly. He passes 3 of the canisters to Jester and takes 3 canisters, which he actually hands to Ray. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
My team will take the house to the right. Jester, your team will take the house to the left.
I'll nod.
Let's move out.
Just like Call of Duty.
I'll turn to look at the 3 I have. Alright, any of you good at tossing balls?
Delphine will look at Deadbeat.
You phrased that kind of weirdly, but I am good at throwing things.
Alright. She'll hand him one.
I kind of look at it like, look, yeah, like sweet. It's actually pretty cool. Kind of like looking it over, like maybe do a little toss up in the air.
Don't
like, not
toss
super
it,
hard.
please.
Yeah, just yeah, fine. No fun.
Don't forget to put on the masks.
Yeah, I'll put on my face mask. Make sure I have to plug in my nose plugs as well, so I'm not putting myself at risk here.
And
Put on my
don't
mask as well.
do not touch the plants.
Rory will put her earbuds in and she'll turn her volume all the way up.
So we're at the entrance of the like housing development, right?
Correct.
Does it have like a little sign or anything like in the front of the development yet?
It
Like,
does
you know,
not.
those little stone signs or anything?
Yeah, not yet.
And-
I mean, it does, but it doesn't have any like lettering put up on it or anything yet.
Okay. Any plants on the outside?
There are, yes, there is like some garden beds with some early growing plants in it.
I'm putting on the aura shades. I'm looking for the sentry plants.
Okay, roll me a wits and investigation or wits and occult.
I was gonna actually do penumbral senses as well.
Go ahead.
I only got 1 success.
Okay.
I got 4 successes on getting on looking past the gauntlet.
Okay, yeah, you can see through to the other side.
So, and you said it was wits and investigation?
Yeah, or wits and occult.
I will do wits and occult. Does the Umbra specialty come in handy?
Yes.
That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Delphine, this is a strange experience for you. Looking to the other side, you have gotten more accustomed to seeing the city, a metropolis. The more you've been in Tampa, the more you've grown accustomed to seeing the work of the Weaver all around you. It's strange, especially after seeing that large dead spider, especially seeing the Weaver intermixed with the worm as you have with Tampa the way it is. But this is odd, because the Weaver is at work here, but the Weaver is messed up, because there are pattern spiders, but these pattern spiders have these weird bulbous growths kind of growing out of the side of them as they skitter around, kind of twitching as they move in a less orderly fashion, moving towards the buildings and up the side of them, starting to construct on the side of the buildings. You don't see any signs, either of you see any signs of the sentry plants in the immediate vicinity near the front of the complex. But where the pattern spiders are moving, they are moving in to the buildings themselves. They are not moving and constructing on the outside. They are moving in through the doors and windows of the building.
Delphine just looks at all the pattern spiders and frowns and is looking a little repulsed by everything. The pattern spiders are going into the house. They've got the only thing I think I could compare it to is this video game I used to play. They look like they've got they're blighted or
Infected.
they got infected. They got growths all over them. They look bulbous and like they're gonna pop, pimples that are gonna pop.
Yep. If there's anything like the ones I've seen before, then they have a new directive. Instead of repairing the area around, which is what pattern spiders usually do, they are going to be tending to plants.
Inside the houses, though.
It means there are plants inside the houses.
Or maybe
Which-
that's like the thing inside the floors or the foundation that I've heard about.
I can keep us quiet while we approach Jester if you'd like, but we won't be able to communicate well with each other. It silences everything around me.
Okay.
So while...
And I'll-
Everybody,
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
everybody just keep an eye on each other.
I'll spend the willpower to do Whispered Passage and do my silence bubble.
Okay. So while Jester's team moves silently, Charles's team, everybody makes a dexterity and stealth roll as they move to the house to the right, taking the path that Juniper, you are all too familiar with, as it is the same path around the back of the house that you saw before.
As we stealth our way over, I look down at Stakes, and it is just fear written all over my face. And then as I look up again, I turn it back to just a blank stare. The mission ahead, hoping that all of us are enough to take out whatever all of this shit is.
Okay, Ray, what'd you get on that stealth check?
2.
Okay, and Juniper? 3.
I got a 3.
Okay. So as Charles, Juniper, Ray, and Stakes skulk around the other side, there is no dexterity and stealth required for the other group as they are in a cone of complete silence as they move around the other house. Are you moving, Jester, are you leading them towards the front door or the back door of that other house? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Let's go to the back door.
Okay, so moving around the back, there's a nice large wooden back porch and a glass sliding door on the back of the house. Currently, there are no lights on in either house as you approach. In the backyard of the house that Jester's team is going to, it looks like there is a large garden plot out back, but there are no plants currently growing in the garden plot. It looks like it is prepared for plants to be growing, but there are no plants growing currently. However, those with your umbral sights can see that there is something prepared to be grown. They have planted something there. It has not gestated and grown yet.
Do I see a hose?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. There's a hose coiled up by the porch.
I will look at the patch, the plot, look at Jester and tug on her sleeve, point to the hose, and then point to the plot.
I'll hold my hand out. I can see where it's like growing or like set, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
With the
That it's-
war side?
Yeah, it's buried within the center of the plots in rows. There are probably 6 plants that have been buried in that have not yet sprouted out, but they are, you can see the origin of where they've been planted and that they are going to pop up and out.
What sort of aura are they irradiating? Is it Bane or is it that weird, like, the weird one from the plant bombs, or was
it's
it like no?
It's the spore bomb plants for sure.
I'll shake my head at Delphine, but I'm moving over and drawing the clave.
Over
And
towards
then-
the gardens?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll stick close to that with the cone. Whatever noise she makes is in the cone.
Okay. So as Jester's group approaches the garden bed, Charles's group goes around back behind the house. Round back here, you see a similar garden bed, but you see 4 or 6 of these large, bulbous, tulip-like plants, as previously described, sticking out of the earth, already fully grown. They do look like tulips. That was an accurate description. But they are probably the size of a car tire in diameter all the way around. There is also a shed at the back of the garden plot. The doors are closed.
As we come around the back and I see the plants and the shed and everything again, I just stop for a moment. And I just stare. I just silently look, ready for something to pop out again.
Do I see Lilith, Juniper, pause?
Roll me a wits and insight.
Six for the crit.
She is definitely showing hesitation directed specifically at that shed.
Seeing that, not fully understanding why, I will get Charles's attention.
He seems
I'll
focused at the back door primarily at the moment, but then he looks to you.
Point at the shed and whisper, I don't know, do we want to check out the shed as well? Might be something in there.
Good idea. Go check it out. I'll watch your 6. I'll keep an eye on the house.
I will go.
Do you mind if I go with him?
Go
Just
for it.
in case. Okay. And I grab out my axe from where I have it holstered. Have it at the ready as I follow Ray to the shed.
As we move over, can I shift into Glabro?
Absolutely.
Because now we're close to the house and shit's gonna be going down. So
Make the rage check.
Seeing him shift into Glabro, I will do the same.
Make the rage check.
I'm good.
I am also good.
So as you both grow into your Umber Hulk forms, your demi-human forms, hair sprouting out across your skin, growing a size larger, you approach the garden shed. Juniper, memories of the fungi-like woman that emerged from this before. Your heart races as you approach the double doors that make up the shed. Ray, as you reach out for the handles, you turn and pull open the doors to the shed. There's nothing inside, except a couple of empty fertilizer bags and some gardening tools.
So nothing that I could take as like a specimen.
No.
Okay. I'll close the doors, kind of give a little look to Juniper, and then start going back to the house.
Okay. Over on the other side, Jester's team. You approach the garden beds. Jester, you have your clave at the ready.
I'll pause for a moment. I'll look at the beds and then look at the sliding door and give like a sigh. Stop at one of them, and I'm going to take the spray bottle with the mixture that Lucas told me to make, and I'm just going to dump it on one of the plots.
Okay.
Stare at it for a few seconds to see if it makes any changes.
It doesn't appear to have any immediate effects.
Okay, with sigh, I'll wave the group and we'll head towards the sliding glass door.
Okay. Approaching the sliding glass door, you step up onto the porch. It is dark inside, and the curtain that covers the glass door is closed.
I'm actually going to just check and see if it's open.
Okay.
Before she does that, Rory's gonna kind of post up next to it. I would like to use blissful ignorance, so this way they
Go
see less
invisible.
of us, and kind of get ready to take a shot if needed.
Okay. Just calling upon your gift, fading from view, using the shadows as your friend to obscure yourself. As you give a pull at the door, Delphine, much to your surprise, it slides open. That's when the smell hits. Fungal and rotting. Something awful stinks from inside this house.
I bring up my shirt to cover my masked face. Like I'm like double layering because of the smell. And I back up a little bit, recoiling visibly, just shaking my head, trying to trying not, like, you can see the motions of gagging, but like you don't hear anything.
I imagine I fare a bit better since I have the nose plugs. That would probably help with the stench.
It helps, but you can taste it on your tongue. Like, that's how dense this thing is. This tastes like and smells like bodies that have been rotting for days.
I'm gonna look to Jester to lead the way.
Yeah, Jester's gonna put a hand on Delphine and push her back, like, make sure my mask is secure. Is it worse than the hive?
Not worse, but different. This has a fungal aftertaste on it that isn't the same as sewage. Replace the sewage smell with a fungal taste.
Yay. I'll
It's less. It's definitely less. The sewage was much worse.
motion for Deadbeat to follow me, and then Rory and Delphine follow him. But I'll take point and move the curtain with my clave.
As you pry open the curtain, it's almost immediate what the source is. Because lumped in the living room, beyond the dining room here, is a pile of bodies. About 5 bodies in a various state of destruction. Some of them limbs torn off, are all just piled together in the center of the living room. That would be bad enough from the decay coming from them if it wasn't from the fungus that has started to grow from the bodies. The yellow fungus that upon the opening of the curtain starts to move, assembling the bodies together.
The fuck?
The limbs start to twitch and quiver. The body pieces start to attach to the sides of the mass. And the hulking form starts to sprout up off of the ground and twitch and kind of lumber out of the living room towards the open doorway.
I'm just gonna try and pull whoever's near me out of the building and try and close. Like, if everyone's out, try and close the door behind us.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
You said the limbs were attaching, so some of them were
Yeah, we're just
attached
like
to the body?
hanging off to the side, yeah.
Okay. It's not fully
Right.
removed or like decayed off. Okay. Never mind then. I was gonna do a thing, but never mind.
Oh no, some of them were like completely severed, but the fungus
okay.
that was attaching to
So
them was
then-
like suctioning them on.
In that case, can I take a shot to try and pin one of those limbs so it doesn't attach?
Sure. Give me a
So maybe we
composure
can
and
use that as
firearms.
a sample?
Yeah.
Okay. And my specialty, correct?
Yeah. And you're using your crossbow? Cool.
Yes. I'm gonna burn a willpower for that. Alright, that's better. I got 3. A lot of 3s tonight for me.
Okay, so with a 3, it sticks it. Yeah, I'll say it penetrates and hits and pins the arm to the floor. But the arm just starts pulling against the crossbow bolt as it tries to attach itself to the mass that's lumbering out of the room.
Okay, and then since I moved, my blissful ignorance dropped.
Okay. Anyone else want to take any other actions?
I'm gonna indicate for them to step back. I'm gonna let Deadbeat shut the door, but I'm also gonna push them back away from the door. One, to see if it comes out or not. I'm also going to shift into... I'll go Glavro for now.
Okay, go ahead and make the rage check. On the other
I'll
side...
back up.
Oh, yeah. On the other
So I'll
side,
back up.
Charles's group, you approach the back door of the house. Charles approaches the glass sliding door. He attempts to give it a tug. It is locked.
I have some experience with picking locks. Can I attempt it?
Absolutely. Give me a dexterity and larceny.
Two successes.
Okay. So I will say, with your combined effort of him pulling and you kind of sliding something into the gap, you're able to unhinge or unlock the door enough for him to just break the lock as he pulls it hard enough to slide the door open. Your house is quiet and still. No smell, no odor. He
I'll look at
signals
Charles.
for you to follow and proceeds into the house. At this point, he pulls the shotgun from his hip holster and starts slowly moving in.
I'll follow right behind and unsling my rifle from my back and load around.
Proceeding through the kitchen, you move towards the dining room. And there, at the table, are three people. One man and two children. All sitting, face down, on the table. Still. Unmoving.
Having come up behind Ray, I kind of peek around him to look at the dining table and just bite my bottom lip, seeing all of them just sitting face down at the table. And I just have a sinking feeling in my stomach. But I don't dare say anything at all.
Can I attempt to get closer and feel for a pulse?
Absolutely. Roll me a wits and medicine.
Can I, as he's like going forward to touch them, can I attempt to like pull him back and shake my head no vigorously?
Sure. Would you be deterred there, Ray, if Juniper tried to stop you?
I would.
Okay.
In a mission like this, I would listen to any warning possible.
Then I would say don't make the roll. She'll pull you back before you even get to close enough.
Look at Charles. What do you want to do?
Why the apprehension, Juniper?
If these people are infected, touching them might make us infected too.
Charles reaches into his pocket and fishes out some gloves, passing them to Ray.
I'll take him and put him on. And attempt again to approach.
He then holds out an arm, gesturing for Juniper to step back, pushing her back towards the living room. This is why we're here.
Charles.
If they're alive, we need a specimen.
I just have my axe at the ready.
So I make the roll this time.
Yep. With some
I
medicine.
got 5 successes.
5 successes. Okay. Putting your fingers to the neck of one of the children. There's no pulse.
I'll turn to Charles and shake my head.
He gestures to the other. I'm not going to make you roll with the same successes. You move around and check the other child and the man, finding no pulse on any of them. You then see in the center of the table, just in front of the man, a folded up piece of paper.
I will gingerly unfold it on the table,
It's a
if
photograph
possible.
of Juniper and Stakes in the complex, surrounded by people being attacked.
I will reach, pick it up, look at it for a few more seconds, and I'll just slowly look up at Juniper.
Do I get a glimpse of the photo as he opens it?
No, because he's facing towards you as he picked it up.
Can I do an insight check on the look on his
Sure.
face? What's my rage at?
3.
3 still okay? I got 3 successes.
Okay. He doesn't seem happy about something, and he is very intently staring at you.
I just look back at him with a shade of terror in my eyes.
Is Charles watching me as I'm doing all this?
I would say he is kind of scouting out the rest of the house, watching your back as you're checking to make sure that nothing comes up from behind. He's surveying the overall surroundings, waiting for you to finish up your checking.
I will pocket the photo.
Okay, give me a dexterity and stealth.
I'm going to burn a willpower.
Okay.
Four successes.
All right. You slip it into your pocket. As far as you can tell, he's none the wiser.
I will go next to Charles. They're all dead.
Very well. Let's check the rest of the house, and then we'll move on to the next house.
After Charles moves on, I give him a few steps. I will turn to Juniper. We need to talk after this.
What was that? What was that?
just shake my head a little bit and follow after Charles.
Back at the other house. Standing outside the closed sliding glass door, you hear a thumping against the glass as it starts to pound. You actually see these limbs, pale and gray, covered in yellow, hands and feet just slamming against the window. You even see a lifeless face kind of get slammed up against the window.
Did Delphine drop the sound thing, or is that still up?
It's still up. It's up for the whole scene.
Okay.
I can drop it though if I'm directed.
I'll point to Rory and then point to her crossbow. I'm going to indicate that I'm going up to the door. Like indicating when I slide the door open, basically, I want her to shoot.
Rory will nod, sign okay, and get her crossbow ready.
Alright, I'm going to the door, and I'm going to slide it open, but as I'm sliding it open, I am also moving, so I'm not going to be in front of the door for it to hit me.
Okay, yeah, I figure. I mean, you've got a nice angle that you can just kind of pull it open with you, so it shouldn't be an issue of
Right.
you getting... Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. It's a sliding glass door. You got plenty of cover. It'd be really hard for it to reach you from where it's at. So I would say, give me a composure and firearms. However, the difficulty is going to be higher because you're going to have a limited range to hit in because
Yep.
the door and the wall are giving a limited space to shoot in.
That is 6 on a crit.
6 on a crit. Okay. It strikes in, and the noise this thing makes is horrifying. It's like 6 raspy screams. Like... As the bolt strikes into it, you can see it recoil back from the door. Jester, do you shut the door again? Jester, do you shut the door again?
No. It was going to break the glass and make its way out anyways. I don't want the glass to shatter all over us, so, no. I'm going to move around, not directly in the doorway, but enough for it, if it comes out, I'm going to hit it.
Okay, so are you pulling the door all the way open to give it a wide opening?
Yes.
Okay. So as you yank the door all the way open, it has recoiled back from the shot, but now it is starting to roll its way forward again, kind of sloshing its way forward as it starts to come out of the doorway. Deadbeat, declare your intentions, and Delphine, declare yours.
Well, I'm not a big fan of this thing. It is not cool, so I'm gonna... Would I say I'm at 1 rage or 2 rage right now?
2 rage.
Okay, I'm just gonna first try to activate my razor claws, so I can get
Okay.
some nice old claws. Rage check here. That is a pass. So I'm gonna get my claws and then try and slash the thing's head off or something.
I believe that does that do some damage to you since you're not in a form with claws?
I don't believe it does damage, but I will make sure.
Okay,
real
we'll,
quick.
we'll check that afterwards. So you get your damage, or you get your claws out. Razor claws.
Yep. Yes.
We'll say it does
but-
1 superficial for now. We'll just call that good. Because you don't have claws at the moment. You're growing claws out of your form.
like my fingernails growing into large talons.
Yep.
But yeah, but I'm just gonna try it. I'm actually literally gonna. Actually, it doesn't matter because it just pulled itself together. So I'm just gonna slash at the greatest form of mass because cutting its head off does not seem like it would do anything. Considering it pulled his head. It pulled his head back on, right?
Yeah, it actually just like attached a head to it.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna attack it normally.
Okay. Okay, yeah, it does not do any damage, so you don't take any damage, you just gain claws, so you're good.
Yippee!
I would like to take a photo of the creature as it's slumbering towards us, and I assume I have Charles's phone number just for reasons, like hack
Absolutely.
reasons.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna text him the photo.
Okay.
Now we have evidence of what it looks like.
So I got I used the willpower to reroll because I do not like terrible fungus monsters coming at me, and I got 7 with a crit.
Okay, 7 successes. So you rake your claws into this thing, tearing deep into it, just ripping through the core of it nice and deep, tearing off a mixture of flesh and fungi with your claws as it rakes through. It does a nice deep gouge, and as you tear off some of the flesh and fungus and it hits the floor, it almost immediately starts to dissolve and evaporate. Okay, next round, declare your intentions, everyone. Make this speedy.
Well, we did have the mission of, I guess, trying to keep this thing alive. So as much as I'd love to just like finish murdering this thing, we don't really have rope though. But I know what I do have: a curtain. I want to try and rip off the curtain from that we was hiding the doorway and try and wrap this thing up the best I can. Now that I've gotten rid of a large part of its like form and flesh, weaken it enough, hopefully, to make it so I can fully wrap this around.
I will say this is the size of about 6 corpses piled up, so this is a pretty big thing.
So that would you say the curtain is not big enough to?
Probably not. Nah.
So
Was that one limb I shot dragged with it still? The original limb?
No, the arm is still on the floor inside.
Okay. Is there a way I can get around to go grab it? Or is the creature in the way
It's
now?
kind of blocking the doorway at the moment. You could try to go in through a window if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and go in through a window so I can grab that limb. This way, if we can't bring it back, we have something. And also kind of flank it if needed.
Okay.
I think my intention is that, you know, I'm still going to try and stick to the mission. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to try and, like, flavor-wise, like, jump on his back. But I'm trying to grapple it, but, like, I jump on his back and, like, try and, like, wrap my claws around as much as I can, or, like, my hands around its, like, arms, or as much of his form that I can to try and not as much, like, hold it in place, but try and, like, hold his arms down, or at least be in the enough of a nuisance to make sure at least can't attack or, you know, cause some damage.
All right, give me a strength and brawl with grapple if you got grappling as a specialty.
I do.
If you are trying to sneak in the window, give me a dexterity and athletics or larceny, depending on what's better for you.
I have 2 rage as well, right?
Oh yeah, I would say you're at 3 rage now, considering the circumstances.
Okay.
Would I? Oh,
I'm going to be hacking pieces off.
Go ahead.
We can't conceivably capture this thing the size it is now, so I want to cut it down to size and see if we could take what's ever left over.
Okay.
I got 5 successes, no crit.
Awesome. Yeah, you get a good hold of it, and trying to pin it is hard, but digging your claws into it gets you a good grapple on it, so you're hanging onto it with the claws buried in it, but that does give you a nice hold on it. So you are kind of riding on top of this thing with your claws buried in it, effectively grappling it for leverage.
And what rage would I be at? Would I be at 2 rage like everyone else?
Absolutely. I would say 3 rage.
Oh, 3? Okay.
Yeah.
What is Delphine doing?
I'm just gonna be checking to see if there's anything else in the like trying to peek through one of the windows to see if there's anything else in there. Because we're not taking this thing home with us alive.
Inside the house?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any movement inside still.
Roll me a wits and awareness.
I got 4 successes on Dex and Larceny.
Yeah, I would say breaking in through one of the windows, just kind of pulling open one of the windows, you're able to slither your way inside, in through the kitchen window. You can see the massive hulking figure in the doorway getting kind of dragged out by Deadbeat with his claws pulling it out. But you're into the house through the kitchen. Delphine, what'd you get?
I spent a willpower, got 4 successes.
Okay, as you're looking past the creature, trying to use the windows that surround the sliding glass door to see in, you can see the pinned arm still struggling against the floor to try and pull itself over towards the lumbering mass. There doesn't appear to be any other movement inside at the moment.
Can I climb through the same window and go through that as Rory and go into the kitchen?
Yeah, give me a dexterity and athletics. And, Jester, what'd you get on your melee, strength and melee?
7 successes with the brutal.
Oh, yeah. So as you hack into this thing, you start severing large chunks off of the side of it, and the chunks that get cut off, again, start to almost decay and ooze and dissolve away as they're separated from the main body of this mass, this oozing mass, being just severed pieces off.
I got 2 successes.
Okay, it's a little harder for you to climb in. You're kind of propping yourself up on the windowsill and trying to ease your way in, but you're struggling to get over the banister. You will get in, but it's a little bit harder to get in. Okay, last round. Let's declare some intentions.
I would like to find the trash can inside of the kitchen and try to scoop the hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna do something probably not as smart. I have a sleep grenade in my possession, and I'm holding this thing. I assume there's large chunks cut out of it, so there's probably like a large hole in it. I want to try and pull the pin and just shove the grenade into the hole of this creature, and hopefully maybe do something to make it pass out, or at least do something.
Sure.
That's my only bet to at least do what I was told to do. I don't know what roll that would be.
Yeah,
I
give
can
it a
take
shot.
penalty if it's a shot.
Let's go with... That's a tough one.
Like athletics?
Yeah, let's go with the
More
dexterity
throwing
and athletics, because that's like a thrown weapon, so I would say dexterity and athletics. It is going to be...
I'm grappling it, and I'm just shoving it into it at this point, just as hard as I can.
Oh, so you want to just jam it into the creature?
Yeah, like I imagine there's a hole, I'm already grabbing it, so I'm just essentially using this opportunity, like I'm already close into it, I can just reach a hand, grab a pin, and just shove it into the hole.
Let's make the strength and melee then, because it's kind of like a staking if you wanted to do that. If you had a stake in your hand, since you're using the object, trying to shove it into it, I'll say it's a strength and melee. I will call it a called shot, though, so the difficulty will go up. Because it is moving with you on it.
Alright.
Seeing Delphine go for the garbage can, Rory's gonna kind of just put herself between the creature and Delphine as she goes for the arm, just in case, for whatever reason, it may turn and try to get Delphine.
Sure.
I got a 5 with a brutal.
Okay. So you... Jester, what's your intention?
Okay, I'm activating Ancestors. I got 1 success, so that adds an extra die. I'm also activating Raging Strike and cutting off more pieces.
Okay, so as you keep hacking away with your clave at it, roll me a strength in melee.
Just
you
a
get?
reminder for everyone, I got 5 with a brutal for mine.
Yeah.
7 successes.
Okay, so hacking away, chopping off more large chunks of the form. Again, these large fungal pieces drop off the form and almost immediately start to melt and dissolve away as they are removed from the husk of the larger form. Deadbeat, you pull the pin with your teeth and jam it into the side of the form, and the gas starts exploding out of the side of the creature. You hear this kind of like wheezing sigh from the creature as the gas starts to emit from the pores of the fungal side of the creature, shooting out in all of the other sides. Jester and Deadbeat, I need you to make stamina and resolve checks for me, please, as you are hit with knockout gas.
My bad. I got 3 successes.
Okay.
Did you hear me?
No.
Oh, sorry. 5 successes.
Okay. You are able to both stay standing. Deadbeat, you feel a little woozy for a second, but because you are outside and it isn't a direct hit, it's kind of just a area hit, you are able to kind of get your bearings again. Jester, you're fine. You managed to avoid any kind of gusts of it. The creature does drop, but almost immediately starts to dissolve underneath all of the damage it's taken. It doesn't go unconscious. It wasn't even alive to begin with. It was a almost zombie-esque form, but because so much of it has been ripped to shreds, there's not even enough of the whole left as it just dissolves away into nothingness. But in the kitchen, the arm continues to squirm, pinned to the floor. Delphine, as you come over, you scoop up the arm, pulling it away from the bolt. It struggles and tries to reach for you, but it is just an arm. It has no bicep or muscles to give you any resistance, so you are able to immediately toss it into the trash can and bag it up. So it keeps writhing against you in the trash can, giving some resistance.
I'm gonna keep the trash bag in the bin too, just to the added layer of protection from the plastic.
Okay. As you finally have defeated the mass of whatever that fungal creature was, silence falls, except for the sounds of thudding against the inside of the plastic trash bin.
I'll look over at Deadbeat. Not bad.
You did pretty damn good, but not bad yourself, I guess. You know how to swing that thing around.
We got a living specimen. We should tell Charles and leave, right?
Yeah, we should probably tell Charles. That was not what was expected anyways.
I'm gonna
It said
pull
there
out
was
my.
something buried in. Should we try and find that out now? You already killed this thing. We can.
I'm pulling out my phone already. Texting Charles that we living specimen acquired.
Okay, over in the other house, as you have moved up into the other rooms, up the stairs to the second floor, it's a pretty sparse house. To say it was lived in would be overstating it. Nobody lived here. This was like a model home. There were beds, sure, but this didn't house life. This was, like I said, a model home. There was no personality to this house. There was no life to this house. Whoever these people were, they were husks when they got here. They didn't have personality. They were placed here. They were likely infected when they got here. They were probably, based off of your investigation, meant to be spreaders, meant to infect. As you're leaving the house, you get a text message saying that the other group has found a specimen. And all of you make it out to the street, gathering on the street in front of the two houses. Looking to the other group and seeing sweat, weapons drawn. Everything all right?
Check your messages.
Giant mushroom monster.
He looks at the photo. And then puts his phone in his pocket. Good work. The rest of you should head back, take the specimen back to the cairn, and give it to Eliza. Jester and I will stay behind and check the other two houses. You've done good. We'll return to check out the foundations later, Deadbeat. But we need to secure the scene first and foremost. But what you have is more important than anything we'll find in the foundations this moment. But I promise you, because of the work you've done here, we will return.
I'll give a begrudging nod to it. More a little bit actually happy about the fact that, oh hey, they're gonna do what I ask, and kind of happy also that I get to go home. That was exhausting and terrible what I just went through.
You
Are
did
you
good.
sure that
Go ahead.
Are you sure that you don't want anybody else with you? That the both of you will be.
We'll be fine. It'll be better off if you take the specimen back. I'd rather make sure it's secured. That's the mission. Worst comes to worst, we will cut and run. And it's better off that there's less of us here in case anything gets seen.
Delphine will nod.
Yeah, let's go, everyone. We should do this quickly.
Oh, okay.
Great job, guys.
Good work, all of you. Seriously, I'm very impressed. We'll have a debriefing about this tomorrow.
Also, you might want to change your gas grenades because I found out they don't work on that giant fungus thing. Just letting you know, that sucked.
He gives a smirk. I wasn't expecting a giant mushroom monster, but I'll keep that in mind for next time. Thank you, Deadbeat.
Delphine will start heading to the car, just kind of like keeping this thing contained as best she can.
I'll help as you make your way to the car. I'll come and assist in handling the specimen.
I'll come in behind everybody, making sure that nothing is like coming at us or anything as we get into the van.
As you turn to depart, Charles calls over to Stakes. Stakes, if you'll stay with us, please. Stakes kind of watches all of you go, then gives a bark in response and goes trotting back over to Charles and Jester.
I look back at Stakes and stand at the van.
She gives a dip of her head.
I didn't leave her behind the first time. I don't know. I don't know if I can do it this time. And I look back into the van and take off my backpack. And I look at Ray. I think I should stay, just to make sure things go as well as they can.
Juniper, they have it taken care of. We need to finish our mission. They will be fine. We need to go.
Juniper, no offense, but we might have our right of shame taken off if we do good in this. Can we just follow orders once?
You guys won't get in trouble.
Everything that we do affects each other. Please.
I will reach out and put my hand on Juniper's shoulder. It'll be fine. Stakes will be fine.
I don't think it will be.
Trust in her. And trust that the other two are just as good as Stakes to take care of themselves and everyone.
And you know, Charles is really good at fighting stuff. I mean, if I was able to take on the fungus monster, Charles should be able to wipe the floor with it.
Seriously, speaking of fungus, this thing is gross. Can we just take it to Eliza?
Yeah, Rory's already starting the car, and it's just kind of expectantly watching everyone that hasn't jumped in yet.
The hand on the shoulder will be a little bit more of like pulling now towards the car. You've done enough. Let's go.
Don't tell me you're trying to find out the floorboard information without me.
I don't give a flying fuck about whatever treasure your friend is telling you is here.
You didn't tell that to me last time we talked about it.
Can we
I'm
not
quite-
argue now and just get in the car and get the job done?
Yeah, please.
Yes, let's go. And I will look a little bit more stern at Juniper with
First, go ahead. With
a look of you need to get into the car and we need to talk and we can't do it here.
I look at Ray with an I know look. Respectfully, Ray. I need to make sure that she's going to be okay. And I ripped off my shirt, getting out of his grip, and slammed the door shut.
This is where
And I
our
would like to
story
finish.
will come to a close this evening. We'll pick up right here next week Thank you to everyone for watching. But of course, we couldn't have this episode come to a close without one last scene. This scene takes place in a very, very familiar location to natives of Tampa, Florida. Our scene starts on a very large pink flamingo statue positioned in the center of Tampa International Airport. We see an airport terminal entrance way from a monorail that goes towards the gates of Southwest Airlines. On the arrivals screen, we see, now arriving, Detroit, Michigan. The monorail doors open, and a stroller comes rolling out of the monorail, followed by a young woman who looks expectantly around the terminal. She then looks over towards someone that she recognizes. And all we see is a hand raise as she starts to approach them. And that's where our story comes to a close this evening. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Thank you to these amazing players. Hellhounds will be back next week on Friday. We've also got Rage Across Tampa on Tuesdays at 10 p.m. on Twitch. Follow us on all the social media, and we'll see you next time. Have a good night, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Hellhounds is produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. The storyteller for Hellhounds is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Jay, Lilith, Ben, Nikki, and Caity. Visit our website at stpetbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become a part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.